Okay, we started. So can you check on YouTube and see? You start. Yes.
Should be the first one.
That should be the first one.
And then after that,
Did you say I should use this? Or can you echo? It has an echo, right?
Yeah, you can. So what you do is mute your audio.
Can I just offer everybody mute for you?
Yeah.
You mute.
I should.
she will speak.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll use
Mute
our
the
mic.
audio.
Oh, okay. Mute it.
You don't need to hear yourself, Mouse.
Just mute everybody inside here. Otherwise, it's gonna make noise.
So only the people watching and listening virtually are the one that's going to hear you. There's no need for you to hear yourself.
Okay.
So when they want to present, then you can turn on your audio so that you can hear them.
How would. It's on mute, Nje.
Is the things is recorded also, right?
Somebody here that's on the team session can just start recording when they're busy, when they're ready.
Start recording.
We are live.
Okay. Oh, it's showing that.
So if Nje can't take any
bayakuva bona uzawusebenzisa le mic.
Okay. And then the mic when isebenza njani?
It's on already.
It's
Okay.
on. So
So I'm just putting it here,
yeah, you can just speak.
even if it's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
The YouTube
So
will
I'll
be
mute
recording.
myself here. Okay.
The YouTube will be recording. Do you want to record your OBS input as well? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to be recording from the camera directly. Yeah, so
Thanks a lot, man.
So you just speak. When
Okay.
you're done, you just pass the mic to him. Here, for me.
Okay.
Just leave the mic here for me.
Okay. And then I
So
proceed.
when he's done, you give him. Then
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
here.
I think it,
Because I'm not going to be coming to.
I'm
move
one
the
of the
mic.
presenters.
Okay, are you joined to the team session? I think it would be automatic if you join to the team session, and when you do present, just present your documents as well, so that the people on Teams can see your presentation.
Okay.
If you're happy with that.
I tried to log into this service, but it didn't work.
Do you have the URL for the document? Just connect your team. How many people? Nobody is getting.
Should I use another password? What I'm saying is I can't log on to the Wi-Fi. Yes.
You from Portugal? No, excellent.
You are testing if it's working because even the email was asking me to show them. Because we will be
So when I work out,
I'm sure she'll send it to you. I just want to find the mic so that you can present here as well.
Ndizele more general driver then.
And if everybody doesn't have to do the
sithi sekalo zakwazi ukuba nesitoro bancokolisa abantu.
Hey, anani. So uthi sibancokolise before. Ayikaci.
Sekuzawugqitywa ngoba ndicingela nje ixesha abantu kudala bepha. Lapha si-12 okanye yenze because kushiyeke uprocess andiyedwa so mhlawumbi singaqala and then
Okay.
and then nam sidiza kulantoza.
Uzajika nami. Singaqala ne?
Yeah. Should we wait for you to finish? You can start.
If you press the button, maybe start it.
Okay.
Okay.
That W capital now.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nomza Moduve. I'm going to extend my special greetings to people who are in the house and also those that are joining us virtually. But before we proceed, I want to do an audibility check to our presenters who are virtual. Let me check Prof. Osha. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear
Prof.
you.
Osha, please unmute yourself and confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. You can't hear me? I can hear you.
Prof. Osha?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Let me go to Prof. Dav. Prof. Dav, can you hear me? Just confirm maybe by nodding your head. Okay. Prof. Osha, confirm by nodding your head.
I can hear you. I'm responding.
Okay. I'm not really sure if Prof. Osha can hear me, but probably you can use the space for conversation to confirm if you can hear me. All right. Thank you very much for joining us on this symposium. It's been a while ever since we met people, like being in one space with different people. So we've been in our spaces for a long time, and we really appreciate your presence here. And on Saturday, I joined a virtual birthday party. So this basically means that this virtual system is yet to continue. So we should brace ourselves for meeting virtually, even as families. So we appreciate you attending here. We appreciate your presence, those that are here. And a home becomes warm when it has visitors. So thank you very much for attending. We're going to start with our program, and I'm going to hand over to Dr. Dondolo, who's going to do the opening and welcoming. Over to you, Dr.
Good afternoon, everyone. My role is specific. I will do opening and welcoming. I greet you all, those who are present here physically with us, and those who are joining us virtually. The DVC Vice Principal of the University responsible for research, partnership, and innovation can join us, and she was going to deliver the opening and the welcoming. So I will perform that role. And if I was going to deliver a speech, I will title my talk as follows: Africology, the foundation of Pan-African education. Africology, the foundation of Pan-African education. For the purpose of my role, however, I will confine this to only 3 points that I think are fundamental to consider. Firstly, Africology as transdisciplinary in nature. This view makes Africology comprehensive enough to address the complex contemporary challenges we are facing. For instance, it is a tool for re-Africanization, as some scholars argued, for re-Africanization of education in Africa.
I prefer to use the term re-Africanization than decoloniality. The latter has its own assumption, discourse with Latin America domination and theoretical imposition. In South Africa, we have observed how, or the imposition of some in the sphere of decoloniality project. My view, the decoloniality project have been appropriated by some with certain agendas. So I prefer to use the term re-Africanization than decoloniality. Re-Africanization is about African personality, civilization, ways of knowing and knowledge that were disrupted by slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. Africology is liberating in nature and humanized the previously dehumanized. The second point that I would like to make is Africology as the premise for Pan-African education. Here, I view Pan-Africanism as an ideology, emancipatory movement, consciousness, and race awareness. While the Pan-African education refers to Afrocentric education with Pan-Africanist framing embedded on Afrocentric curricula that promote African outlook, centralize Africans and their experience told from an African perspective, humanism, humanness, humanity, and challenges a Western epistemology and domination. Lastly, the use of the term African universities. In recent times in South Africa, we observed the proliferation of the use of African university. A number of universities have presented themselves as African university. However, I think we need to dig deeper than that. Because the use of the term has been oversimplified with no comprehensive meaning or underpinnings. This simplified use has Afrocentric deficit, and in a way continues to be based on miseducation of African children, because it is Eurocentric in nature, the way it is presented in these universities. So I submit that Africology can help to anchor the notion of African universities with African personality, African outlook, and African humanness. That will be significant to move towards re-Africanization and Pan-African education. These are some of the issues that the esteemed panel that we assembled today perhaps will grapple with, or they will share light with us when it comes to issues of transdisciplinarity, Africology, and African heritage. I look forward to the discussion. The struggle we have embarked on of epistemic justice is based on the foundation that was laid by different generations of the New African movement at different periods in South Africa and also on the continent of Africa. One of the members of the New African movement, William Wellington Goba, in the 1800s wrote what he called Ingxoxo Ngezemfundo, debate on education. That piece is more relevant today than it was then. Equally so, in 1949, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe made a seminal speech where he argued for the Africanization of the only black university at that time. So the issues that were raised in the 1800s and also in the 20th century are still relevant to us in the present. I evoke the spirit of those forebearers to speak through us in this symposium and guide us in our journey as we traverse the world and the geography of colonial and Eurocentric
And reality, relative and the absolute, and of the conditioned and the unconditioned. So there was a dichotomization of perception of reality that Plato engineered, and this was also carried on by subsequent Greek philosophers, ancient Greek philosophers like Aristotle. And this dichotomization of reality also led to a truncation of Western philosophical tradition, of the Western philosophical tradition. Because in ancient Africa, we value holism. There's no dichotomy between mind and body, as argued by René Descartes. Mind and body. There was a continuity of connection between the mind and body. That was what ancient Africans believed, and that what the tongue, that knowledge springs from the heart. The heart feels and knows something, and the tongue enunciates, talks or speaks what the heart is thinking. So there's a connection, and that forms the basis of a form of ancient African holism. Now that holism became eroded or became downplayed in modern times, beginning from the era of Plato and Aristotle, wherein in the views of many Afrocentric scholars, is interpreted the philosophical practices and knowledge found in ancient Egypt, ancient Africa generally. Although they went to Aristotle, Africa, so did Plato, and they stayed and studied the ancient Egyptian mysteries for years. They did not fully understand what the teachings were, and the Bible. What they took back to their countries eventually was a misrepresentation of system. Because in terms of philosophy-based realism, in terms of what established through science and reason, but in now there is law. Reason isn't the only of knowledge. The heart is the sense. There's all variables that are establishing knowledge rather than in the sense, heart.
Prof, we can't hear you now.
I think Nabudere doesn't believe that. And in fact, if other forms of intellect, other forms of knowledge, like shamanism, for instance, was viewed by him to be an adequate source of knowledge, because we have people who are gifted in the esoteric arts, and these were part of the traditions of African and intellectual life. And these are which were also quite central to the establishment of scholarship, African scholarship, and the ways in which we find ourselves in the world. Now, so shamanism, like I said, was an important part of his work and source. I mentioned this in passing and perhaps with parentheses, because I know these forms of knowledge of are value and
Before I press and you can talk to him.
So these are the main points I want to raise about Nabudere scholarship and contributions to Africology. Africology as a concept is a return to, for him, is a return to pre-Athenian and pre-Socratic intellectual and philosophical systems that were unfortunately devalued and ultimately rejected by a Western philosophical scholarship. This project is not only a definition of the term or the concept of Africology, but his own project, like I mentioned, is a return to the ancient Egyptian, Libyan, and Ethiopian forms of scholarship that we sadly have now discarded. So I'll stop there for the moment, and maybe perhaps during question and answers, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. That was
insightful.
I'm particularly interested in the interface of African philosophy and also Western philosophy. So I'm sure we're going to discuss about that at a later stage when we move on to the discussion session. Also, what came out strongly for me is the return to ancient scholarship. I'm actually thinking of the possibility, considering where we are now, but I'm sure we'll discuss it at a later stage. Thank you so much, Prof. We're going to move on to the next speaker, Professor Sipiwe Sesanti, who's with us today in the house. I'm going to read his bio. Prof. Sipiwe Sesanti is a professor at the University of Western Cape's Faculty of Education. He's the former editor of the International Journal of African Renaissance Studies. He holds two PhDs, like two PhDs. In journalism studies and philosophy. He has taught at Stellenbosch University's journalism department, also in the Nelson Mandela University's Department of Journalism, Media and Philosophy, and at the University of South Africa, Institute for African Renaissance Studies. He has published in accredited journals on a variety of issues, including education, African philosophy, gender, journalism, politics, and spirituality. In 2018, he was awarded an NRF rating 2. Over to you, Paul.
Prof, you're muted. Prof. Sesanti, you're muted.
Ule kamnandi kwezithule zasemakhuma zimba kwaqhindebeza kwagubhuza kwazithona zikhathisa kwadoka namahlabi zakha sitheni cama sicamakushe kamnandi kwezithule zasemachonyeni zakwadikiza zakwasawa zakwankomo zakwamthuzimele zakwachuma sitheni cama sicamakushe kamnandi kwezithule zasemangqusini zakwacewusha kwathiko mazinga phambi kokulanga sitheni cama sicamakushe kamnandi kwezithule zasemachaweni zakwachiwe Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity given, and greetings to all the colleagues present here.
For those
who do not speak one of these African languages,
I need to
simply say that I was invoking the Great Spirit, the Creator, and I was also invoking the spirits of our ancestors. Because we were taught by our ancestors that we are nothing. Human beings are nothing. Anything and everything that we have is a gift from above.
And that
in fact our very beings are gifts to our own selves.
So much
that we must never think that we are self-sufficient.
And
in simple things, we need to recognize this.
We
decide to go to bed,
but it is not
up to us to decide whether we sleep or not.
Many of
us do go to bed, but remain on the bed without being able to sleep, because this has got nothing to do with our own ability.
Everything is a gift from above. The very ability to open our eyes, the very ability to be able to express ourselves and to have a voice is a gift from above. And so it is for this reason that we must understand that everything is given to us. And therefore, being this the case, that everything has been given to us out of generosity, we also must give out of generosity. And it is in that fashion that I want to begin to preface my presentation, and therefore I was asking my ancestors to give me the ability to sit erect and to be able to do what has been asked of me, because I know that on my own I can do nothing. And therefore, my brothers and sisters, here we are. I've been asked to speak about the concept of Africology and the African Renaissance, and it becomes necessary for me to define these concepts, because we can say many things or utter the same words whilst having different understanding and meaning. And therefore definitions are always of essence. And having said therefore, I begin by saying that my understanding of Africology is an Afrocentric interpretation and presentation of studies. And this has got to be understood with the appreciation that Eurocentrists had given us what they refer to as African studies. And yet the very same African studies have been presented in a particular fashion. In that discipline, African studies has been a study by European scholars from their own Eurocentric arrogance, deceit, and conceit. Meaning that Africans have been presented as objects of study, as helpless, defenseless, and disabled and unable people who have produced nothing, who are worthy, to whom everything has been given benevolently by the European world. Europe being the beginning and the end of everything. Has been told that even religion was taught to us and saying this very articulately that we the African people did not even know God. And yet we know that long before they could conceptualize we knew who God was, because their very own philosophers have told us in the Greek world. The Greek is the cradle of European philosophy. Then the European philosophers have confessed to us in his book Politics, Plato tells us that Africa is the mother of constitutionalism. And today African people, when they are being spoken about constitution, they think that the constitution is a foreign idea that was brought to Europe by the Europeans. And yet, if we read Isocrates, his book on history and philosophy, he tells that the Greeks were looking up to Kemet in terms of philosophy, political science, law, ethics. The very term ethics that today we are told that Aristotle wrote a book at ethics, we know that that concept makes reference to character. And therefore the term character, when the Euro-African people were speaking about God's creation and Hazard tells us this as Sahelian. He says that with reference to Kemet education or Kemet education, they sought to develop a human being in the image of the supreme being. And therefore the purpose was to develop character. And character means an ethical human being. So long before Aristotle could say, Mama, the ancient Egyptians were in conversation, were in discourse, so that Bababuntu I sound academic. People are not going to understand me well if I simply say conversation. I need to say discourse. I'm not going to be understood well if I talk about the science of education. I need to say epistemology. I'm not going to be understood if I talk about interpretation. I must say hermeneutics. Simply because many of us have not understood when Fanon told us that the miseducated because G would use the term miseducation of the Negro. He would rather say the miseducated Negro is the most person you will find the highest levels of inferiority complex. So the so-called educated people, in order to legitimize themselves, they must be the parrot of white people and master the language of the white people. When you speak English well more than the English themselves, when you speak French more than the French themselves, then you are understood as an intelligent person. And so, the purpose of African studies was to present Africans as perpetual recipients. And white people as perpetual providers we shall always look up to in eternity. So it is here that then we must understand the distinction between African studies as presented by the Europeans in their Eurocentric way and African studies as presented by African people in an Afrocentric way. And the concept, the term Afrocentricity then for us would tell us that when we look at African studies, we do so within the context of African history and African culture. Understanding African people on their own terms. Not on the terms that seek to present us as seeking validation. Or seeking approval from the European people. We owe European people nothing. We do not have to explain ourselves to them. And so Africology then is a conversation first and foremost amongst African people themselves. And therefore, when we speak African Renaissance, moving then from that premise, we are referring to the rebirth of the African continent, the rebirth of African thinking, the rebirth of African philosophy. And when we speak African studies, we are reclaiming that which made our ancestors. The people with a great sense of xenophilia. A people who loved wayfarers. And again, I almost said strangers. African people looked at people as wayfarers, not as strangers. It is a European concept to look at other human beings as strangers because they see other human beings as strange. But we do not. We see human beings as fellow sisters and brothers that we need to embrace
and to treat with generosity and hospitality. That is the way of the ancestors. Had the African people remained with the foundations of the African people, we would not even be having these problems in the south of Africa, where we speak something that we don't understand, misterming, making reference to our own African brothers and sisters as foreigners or foreign nationals because of the imposition of Europe as seeing ourselves as being a partitioned people. And yet we know that, as Aikwe Ama would tell us, that beautiful son of Ghana, in his book 2000 Seasons, when he says that we, the black people, are one people, that we know. Travelers will travel long distances in their minds to deny you this truth. We do not argue with them, the fools. Let them presume to instruct us about ourselves. That too is in their nature. Aikwe Ama tells us. But that does not mean that because we do not argue against that process, we are not going to convince and to have a conversation amongst ourselves. Because we need to tell one another as African people that we are one people. But of course, Eurocentric education has first and foremost endorsed the physical partition of the African people. And having done that, they then partitioned our minds and our culture and began to make us look at one another as foreigners. And yet, when we examine history, we will see that the ancient Kemets began their movement from the east of Africa and went to the north, and others went to the west, and others went to the south. But when we study our African languages, as Sheikh Anta Diop tells us, that the word for human in that language of the Kemets
we are unable to hear,
and for us is umtu. And so therefore, our African languages tell us clearly that these languages are able to connect and to link us to one another. It is for this reason that Kimani Nehusi writes about libation, and when you see that when he says that in the ancient language of Kemet, it means water. You know that in your own language it means kamagu, because the word comes from the word amakam, which is water. And so when you say kamagu, you say pour water, and when you say pour water, you say life to you. And the Basutu, when they are performing their rituals, will say pula, aina pula. It is the same. We are one people. And so when we speak, therefore, about Africology, we are saying we are reclaiming the teachings of our ancestors that reconnect us to one another and say the foundation of our ancestors was ma'at in the language of the Kemet. That we must speak, we must act, we must utter, we must walk justice, balance, truth, an expression of Buntu. And that we are a spiritual people. And in order to demonstrate this, the ancients made sure that there was no confusion. And so when you're an African person, you will then feel comfortable in looking at God and thinking of God as a mother. Thinking of God as a woman. You are not going to have an apprehension as you have been disinherited of your imagination and told that it is the woman that brought into the world. And today we do not understand where patriarchy and misogyny comes from. And yet we know, we have been told that the God who is a man created another man in his image. And it was this woman that came and met creation. And that this woman, as a result of her sin, was punished with child pain. So that when we see our mothers giving birth, we think of them having been punished by that God.
And therefore, the woman was cast from the beginning. And St. Paul tells us that a woman like a child must always submit to the husband. And the husband as a father must love the woman as if the man is doing this child a favor. And as St. Paul tells us that a woman was created for a man. And no wonder therefore that many of us, when we think about women, we think women as objects of pleasure who are here to fulfill our desires. Because in the very first place, the Bible tells us that when a woman was created, it was seen that the man was lonely, and therefore a woman had to come and keep this man company and serve this man's interests. And our ancestors taught us differently. They taught us about Reb and Nut, Shu and Tefnut, these being male and female figures, these being equals. And in fact, more than that, we are told that a woman creates a unique and special place because all human beings come from the womb. All human beings, males and females, they come from the womb. The first home of any human being is the womb. And therefore, even when we go back to the earth, we are going back to Mother Earth. The mother is the beginning. And the mother is the end. And the mother is the gate in between. And therefore the first protector is a woman, because she has to do everything and anything so that nothing happens to you while you are in that first abode. And therefore when we speak protection of women, we do not do so out of a condescending and patronizing attitude, because we will simply be reciprocating. And when therefore we reclaim this, it's got to begin there. This appreciation of creation. Because when we miss that, then we have missed everything. Philosophy does not simply ask the what and the how. It asks primarily the why. So therefore, when we speak Eurocentric education, we know that we are being prepared for a particular reason. When we speak Africology, we also know that we are being prepared for a particular reason. And therefore, when we speak reclamation, and Bantu Biko understood this very well, the son of Maltina said, the world may have given, the Western world may have given the world a military and industrial outlook. But the greatest gift is yet to come from Africa, giving the world a human face. And our ancestors, Kwame Nkrumah and Mangaliso Sebukwe, said, we are fighting for the noblest cause on earth, the liberation of humankind. And that therefore our gift to the world, our gift to ourselves first, as African people, is to rehumanize ourselves, since we have been dehumanized. But not only are we, the African people, dehumanized, Europe itself, in the process of dehumanizing the rest of the world, dehumanized itself. Because it is only a dehumanized people that could inflict the atrocities that Europe has inflicted on the rest of humankind. And therefore, not only are we going to rehumanize ourselves as a people, we are also going to rehumanize the European world. And this is our gift. And it is for this reason that we are advancing an African Renaissance, a philosophy, a study, a discipline that is going to prepare our children, first and foremost, to humanize them, to make them proper human beings. That is our quest, that is our task. And so therefore, we will say that when we have been told
by many Europeans and even Africans dancing to that music. That in fact, when they tell us that the name Africa is not our name, it is a name that we have been given to the Greek. We will say that we find that puzzling, because first and foremost, the Greeks have always, as Herodotus tells us, that it is them that took names from us. Therefore, if they have one of their provinces as African, that should come as no surprise to us, because they took the names even of their own gods and they took them to Greek. So if they have a particular place that they call in Europe Africa, it is because they've taken what is ours and put it there, because they have been told in earlier 1907 Jerry Massey writes that this name Africa comes from Afroweek, and it is saying the ancient Egyptians were saying that is our birthplace, and they were pointing right to the heart of Africa, because that is where they come from. And therefore when we say all of these things, but in closing, I'm left now with 2 minutes, and I never asked for extra time, and I'm not going to make this an exception. Jehanta Diop then tells us that in order for us to be able to do these things calmly, not like me, as you can see, that I am taken up by the Spirit. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm a child of the ancestors. I'm discussing emotive issues, and I'm not going to restrain myself from being emotional, because if I don't, I'm going to be suffocated, I'm going to collapse here. So no apologies, I'm just explaining. But Jehanta Diop tells us that the best manner in which we are going to be able to do this is that we must do so in a scientific way. We are not African Renaissance is not about the romanticization of Africa. We look at facts raw as they are and engage with the African Renaissance is an ability for us to be able to see where we went wrong as African people, how we inflicted pain on our own selves, how we scored our own goals, because somehow that did happen, and we will not be ashamed to admit where we have scored own goals, because after all, we are human. But we are going to retrieve the most sacred of our philosophies, so that we can create a world that is humane, a world that is driven by Ubuntu, a world that is going to observe and to reclaim justice, balance, the truth that was explained by our ancestors in Kemet, Ma'at, and Omakulbam, Utamkulbam. Bonke bangasekhoyo, abantwana basekhaya basabawelileyo, ndiyathemba into okokuba ndenze kangangoko, nikholiwe nixoli lapho nikhoyo. Ndizamile nam apho ndithe ndaphosa khona, ndicela uxolo, kodwa ndiyacamagusha ndibulele into okokuba yena waqinisa amadolo wam, ndakwazi into yoba mandime kude kube ngoku masitheni icalako.
Thank you very much. That was enlightening. And I'm sure we have so many questions, so many comments on what Prof said. I feel like my belief is challenged. You know, from here I need to go back and rethink. But let me leave it there. Prof mentioned that Africans have been seen as objects of study, and that is very true. But at the same time, I think we can look at it from another angle to say, since Africa is the cradle of humankind, also the cradle of knowledge, there's so much to research, there's so much to study about Africa. But the question is, who is doing the study about Africa? Is it the Africans or somebody else? So that is a fundamental question that we should keep in mind in preparation for the discussions. Thank you very much, and also Prof. Osha, who presented earlier. Now, before I move on to the discussion session, there's an issue of guests who have not muted their mic. Please, if you are not speaking, please make sure that you mute your mic. Now we're going to go to the one of the I believe is the most important sessions where we engage, where we discuss what has been presented. So I'm going to ask whoever is asking a question or a comment, please make it clear where your comment or your question is directed to. Is it directed to Prof. Osha's presentation or Prof. Santi's presentation? So before you say something, please make sure that you raise your hand. Or rather type your question. Those that cannot want to speak like using their voices, please make sure that you type your question. So discussion time. Thank you. Anyone with a question or a comment? Those that are joining us virtually and those that are in the house.
And for also withstanding the small hiccups we have with sound and audio. I know it can be a bit discouraging, but I really enjoyed what you have presented. I just wanted to ask a very quick question to both speakers. Who can be an Africologist? And do you need to be within academia? Do you need to be within a certain sector? Do you need to be of a certain personal character? Professor Santi mentioned a number of related to political views and also spiritual standpoints. At what point can Africology, in its intention to be effective and meaningful, also invade into your personal space and ask harsh questions. What do you believe in? Who are you? What do you practice? So the question in summary is, who can be an Africologist? Thank you.
Will you give Prof. Osha first?
Oh, is it my question?
Both of you.
Prof. Osha, go.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I'm going to ask Prof. Osha to take that question. And please, Prof. Osha, unmute yourself before you speak.
Having connection problems.
Thank you. In the meantime, while just waiting for Prof. Osha, we're going to ask Professor Santi to respond. Professor Santi, please unmute yourself.
I have, sister. Thank you very much, Dr. Buntu. I'd like to respond to that question quickly by saying that we often do not quite understand the term scholar. To begin,
we think that
the term scholar has got to do with the titles that were given by our Eurocentric institutions. That when you're a professor and a doctor being awarded by Eurocentric institutions, then you're intelligent more than anyone else. And the truth of the matter is that the term scholar, in its pure meaning, simply means one who is perpetually and permanently investigating the truth and knowledge. And therefore, in that then being the case, whether one has got a PhD or a professorship, if one is committed to a perpetual understanding and investigation of concepts, then that person is a scholar. And therefore extending it then to our present, we think that those who in this particular case, a person who is an it begins with the fact that when the Europeans first dispossessed us, they then created these Eurocentric institutions, and on the basis of those who could only make it in life were those then who were certificated. So therefore, without the certificate from a Eurocentric institution, regardless of how much you know, you are disregarded. And when you put a certificate from these Eurocentric institutions, regardless of how ignorant you are, because you're called a professor and because you're called a doctor, you can say all the nonsense that you like and no one can question you because you've got a certificate. So in the quest for a revolution, we first break that apart and say that anyone who has made a conscious effort to study Africa and made the best out of that exercise, then that person is an Afrocologist. And we're not saying anyone and everyone. We're saying it because there's a mistake that you can study anything and everything, but not African culture. You just stand up and wake up tomorrow and wake up the following day. All of a sudden you're an expert. And so even in historical, we had the Izanus, we had the expert in African tradition, even a historian, even though not all of Africa had reduced everything to the written word. A historian was trained in a particular way to make sure that even if you don't reduce something to writing, you are a historian. And so therefore I think that at the moment we're operating on borrowed spaces, and we're speaking on borrowed terms and all of that. But when we have reclaimed ourselves and liberated ourselves, we are not going to allow ourselves to be given permission by the European world. Africologists and African people are going to do everything on their own terms. And so whether these Eurocentric institutions are certificated as or not, for instance, in your own case, Bababuntu, you've got an institution where you are teaching. It could be that you're doing far better than many of the centers for African studies and all over these universities. But your students, even when they qualify, they are going to count for nothing because you have not been accredited with these institutions. And yet in these very institutions, what they are getting all along is Eurocentric African studies. And so what it means, therefore, is that this is a political project, and we've got to say so unapologetically until our leaders begin to identify themselves with the struggles of the African people, with the scholars of Africa. We are going to continue to be entrapped in these spaces that we are.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for that response. Before we move on to the next question, let me check if Prof. Osha has joined us again. Prof. Osha, are you there? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay, over to you, Prof. I'm sure you heard the question.
Sorry, could you repeat it? My connection was good. I was unstable for a while. Sorry.
Okay. Dr. Buntu, please repeat the question. Please unmute yourself first.
Yes, Professor Osha and everyone who did not hear the question. The question was, who can be an Africologist? This is Baba Buntu, by the way. Who can be an Africologist? Is it an open declaration that anyone can make? Are there certain guidelines or expectations to who and what an Africologist must represent? Thank you.
Oh, that's a very important question, and I think it's a question that demands a lot of thought and an analysis. If we were to go by, for instance, the Nabuderian definition, I think not anyone, because it demands a lot from us. It means that we, a lot of our value systems, a lot of our traditions, a lot of our cultural practices, religious practices that we have abandoned because of the colonial encounter, which for many of us, all over, in fact, all of us, has been extremely violent. It has been, like Professor Sesanti said, has been a long process of dehumanization. And so to reconnect, to become an Africologist, it means we have to go beyond all that we know currently, all that we have been force-fed by Eurocentric ideology and practices that we've come to take for granted, that we accept as if they've always been there. I mean, to be an Africologist is to re-establish a connection with our ancient past, our value systems, our cosmologies, veneration of the dead, the ancestors, and all of this. I think it's a whole transformation of our way of life that isn't at all superficial. It's very profound, it's very thorough, and it demands a lot from us in all aspects of life: religion, spirituality, social practices, political practices, institutions. So all that has been taken from us, we have to struggle to recover. And I think that is what it would entail to become a proper Africologist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Osha, for that response. I'm sure Prof. Buntu is clear. I'm going to ask Prof. Dav to ask a question. She had her hand up. Please unmute yourself, Prof. Prof, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to, first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a great honour. As Dr. Sasanti says, we must recognise our ancestors and give thanks because we have nothing. So everything that is given to us, we must appreciate, and I appreciate being here. I just want you to know it's a great honour. And listening to the talks of Dr. Osho and Dr. Sasanti was really wonderful because we're beginning at the point of where we are, which is quite unusual in many ways for conferences that are discussing African people. So to begin with Africology as a study and our reclamation necessary connection to our cultural history and her story. It's a wonderful gift to hear these speakers, and I just really wanted to say, wonderful presentations. So I actually didn't have questions, so I'm sorry. That's why I put my hand down, because I wanted to then have a question. So thank you for allowing me to do it.
Thank you very much, Prof. We really appreciate that comment. Sometimes you don't need questions, you just need to praise people, acknowledge their presentations. Thank you very much. Prof. Osha, could you please mute your mic? Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to ask Dr. Morakinyo. He had his hand up.
I'm not surprisingly, I'm not online. But basically, I think I can relate what I want to talk about. It's on the critical question, which I think is what actually the rationale and the end of what we're trying to achieve. That critical question, what is an Africologist? Because it's, like Professor Scientist said, this is the default. If you are, especially, I don't want to talk, if you are from Southern clan, if you try your discipline, if you are doing anthropology in Europe, you're doing geography in Europe, and you're finding yourself difficult, just pick an African topic and you are doing it, and automatically you become an expert on that topic. You get, that is it's just the basic template. Then we ask ourselves, and it's the critical question that follows that your question. Does being an African or give you an epistemic privilege of knowledge of Africa? or if African, like Afrocentrism try to teach us, a very, very conscious way of thinking. You have to be conscious of it, and it demands critical studies. It's not just, you just can't wake up and say, I'm an Afrocentrist, I'm an Africologist. And that is the essence of actually what we are trying to unpack here. What do you need to become an Africologist? What type of knowledge do you need? What type of mindset do you need? What kind of training do you need? And when do you become? Through what? Is it through just by saying you are? Is it through a methodological application? Or is it through a theoretical orientation? So that is the critical question I think we are about here, and that is the end we are trying to achieve. By the time we leave here, we should be able to say, for you to become an Africologist, you need to be able to say ABCs, like a typical course apply. If you go through and I take this course, this is the desirable objective. So we need to be able to put that together. You understand? It's very crucial. So that is what I just want to add, and I think I want to unpack this later when I have the opportunity, because definitely what we have finally established again here, which we can actually, before we finish, we've established one thing: God is a woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morakinyo. I see that there are people who couldn't hear what was saying. He was reinforcing the definition for Africology. So it was adding to what has been said already. Let me give one more hand. If there's anyone who has a question or comment on what has been presented so far. Okay. Over to you, Dr. Dondolo. Please unmute your mic.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible enough. Mine is just perhaps to push a bit the speakers to think about or to share their light on romanticization of Africa or past Africology, Afrocentricity, against struggle against coloniality of being, struggle against forgetting. I would like them perhaps to share their thought on those the tensions and the contradictions sometimes that exist in the struggle of over-romanticization of Africa or the past against the struggle against coloniality of being. Thank you.
Let me apologize to our online guests. We have one microphone here and it has to rotate. So sometimes we take time. Let me ask Osha to respond to that question.
Thank you so much. Yes, and the romanticization of the past is always an accusation that Afrocentric or Afrocollogical scholars face generally. And I think this is also done to continue the dehumanization of African people and peoples of African descent. You know, when it's like the Eurocentric mindset is unable to accommodate any form of greatness. You know, when we talk about, and we do have so many forms of achievements of greatness. From African peoples and their descendants, wherever they are, all over in various parts of the world, because they're found in everywhere, virtually every corner of this earth. And the romanticization is an accusation, like I say, it's from the Eurocentric consciousness and an onslaught. So I don't believe for the most part in in that there has been an undue romanticization of the African achievements and greatness. The pyramids tell us what we created, the language, civilization, all this achievements were of African origin and should be celebrated, because the only thing the Eurocentric mindset wants to tell us is that they brought civilization with slavery and imperialism and the colonization and the dehumanization of African peoples. And they want us to believe that that is where our history began, which is not true. So I don't, for one, believe in the notion that we over-romanticize our past as Africans and peoples.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm going to hand over to Prof. Sesanti. And Prof. Sesanti, please unmute your mic.
I have. Thank you very much. Eurocentric scholarship is when you are calm and not angry. Is amusing. Is highly ridiculous. I need to begin by saying that. You know, when it suits Eurocentric scholars, they say that we must not seek to claim any particular values, because all these values are universal. They are human. They are that of humankind. Right? But ironically, when we say African people have got common values throughout, from Azania to Kemet, from West Africa to East Africa, they say we are essentialists. They dismiss us and say this is essentialism. And once any scholar, reduces you and calls you an essentialist, then you are damned, because what it actually means is that you are not critical, you are not thinking, you are merely sentimental. You're an emotional human being who does not think critically. And so no one wants to be called an essentialist. And that term is specifically applied to African studies and to Afrocentrists. So when you then begin to want to speak on your own terms in the best way you know yourself, you are denied that opportunity. Then you are being told that you romanticize issues. Right? You have been told, all the textbooks tell you that the genesis of philosophy is in Greek. And you say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us sit down and think calmly about this critically. Let us look at the book by Plato, The Laws. Plato there says that the Greek adults are yet to master mathematics in the way that children in Egypt can. And he wants to speak, the common today, experts, professors write in their books that the philosopher king mentality, the philosopher king notion is taken from Plato. And yet when you examine Plato and his book, the Republic, you hear that Plato was a student in Kemet. And in fact, in Kemet, long before Plato could say mama, the Kemetics were saying that all kings must be ruled by Ma'at. There can be no king unless that king is driven by the philosophy which is Ma'at. And when you examine the entire African continent, you will see that all the kings were first and foremost, the precondition to being a leader was to be able to exercise justice. Long before the Europeans. And you will study this throughout the African continent. It is the same whether you go to West Africa, East Africa, North Africa, South Africa. It is there. And so when we then say these things, they say we are romanticists, we are over-glorifying Africa and all of that. And so there comes a point then in our scholarship when we have scientifically demonstrated, especially for our children, especially for ourselves, and then we say to the European world can simply go to hell where they belong, and they must leave us alone. We are not going to perpetually justify ourselves and explain ourselves to the European world. So if they are happy with calling, if it makes them feel good to say that we are over glorifying ourselves, then so be it. If they want to continue to say we are romanticizing, then so be it. If they want to say we are over-glorifying ourselves, then we do not care what they think about us. We don't seek their approval. We don't want their endorsement. We are going to speak our own truths in the best way that we can, as long as we, amongst ourselves, do not lie to one another. You know, Sheikh Anta Diop was emphatic on this. Councillor Williams was emphatic on this and said that we must never lie about our history in order to make ourselves feel bad, because we'll be doing exactly what the Europeans have done, and we are not going to be different. So we plead innocent to the charge of over-romanticization. We say we are not, we do not need it. And lastly, let me just as a demonstration, in the language of Sesotho, in fact, all the Nguni languages, in Sesotho, in Igbo, in Yoruba, in Gikuyu, go for yourself and read. They have little father, ubabomncane, ndate bareng, rangwana in Sesotho. You will find this in Wolof, you will find it in Yoruba, you'll find it in Xhosa, you'll find it in Sesotho, and yet in English, the little father is uncle, the bigger father is uncle, the one is auntie, for everything is aunt. We don't. With specifics, we have a utatobaba, obaba batini, yes, obaba, something like sister batini. That anyway. So this culture, our African languages are our own witnesses, because languages that carry out, they are the carriers of culture and history. So our African languages, that's why they sought to destroy them. That's why they wanted to take away our languages from our sisters and brothers in the diaspora, because they wanted to rob them of their memory. Because language carries memory. For as long as you have your language, they cannot do anything to you. But even without those languages, they could never rob our brothers and sisters of their memory. It is for this reason that they have led in giving us concepts like Afrocentricity, concepts like Pan-Africanism, those concepts that have come from the diaspora, because they could not dispossess them of their memory, however hard they tried. And that is not romanticization. That is not glorification. It is a fact. African people, the African continent, has remained resilient. And we shall be, for the sake of our children and their children's children and their children's 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 children. This is what this struggle is about, Dr. Tondo. The struggle against forgetting. We must make sure that our children never forget. Because when they forget, they are going to be told that the European world is the beginning and everything of everything, that we are going to look up to them for everything. We are going to worship, because they want us to worship them as gods. That we must forget that our ancestors were the ones who invented mathematics. They invented science, they invented philosophy, and we gave it to them. That makes them resentful. And so they want us to forget so that they can come and tell their blue lies to us. And lastly, I say again, they can go to hell.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sesanti. Thank you very much, Prof. Osha, for responding to those questions. We could listen to you over and over again. It's quite interesting listening to you guys discussing this matter. We've come to the end of the first session. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Morakinyo. So Dr. Morakinyo is going to be using my computer, so it will be just a change of faces.
A very good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon from this afternoon exactly, because we start at 12 at noon. My role here is to continue what Dr. Dube has started. That means I'm just basically going to facilitate continued discussion of our key topic, which, as even as we started, it has started defining itself. What is an Africologist? You know, because that's what the whole theme of what we are trying to do. So I will start by introducing our next contributor. He has contributed already. So it's Dr. Baba Buntu. And I will go ahead and read a brief bio of Dr. Buntu. Dr. Baba Buntu is an activist scholar and founding director of Ebukosuni Solutions, a community-based company in Johannesburg, South Africa, specializing in Africa-centered education since 2002. As a Pan-African educator, writer, mentor, and knowledge holder, Dr. Buntu has more than 30 years of experience in conceptualizing and contributing to programs on social development, innovative entrepreneurship, and cultural empowerment. Dr. Buntu is also the founder of many innovative entrepreneurship and cultural empowerment. He's also the founder of many community empowerment projects, providing solutions to challenges faced by youth, family, and organizations. As a transdisciplinary practitioner, with broad experience from work in Africa, the Caribbean, and Europe, Baba Buntu's passion lies within the people-centered development of African community. He holds a doctoral and a master's degree in philosophy of education from UNISA. And one of the crucial importance of Baba Buntu in this project is one thing. This is 2021, but as early as 2013, Baba Buntu has worked in championing and promoting Africology. When he started talking, explained to us, he sort of pioneered this kind of scholarship in this part of the continent. So, without much ado, and there's one thing a caveat I would just want to add to this. One of our speakers, Mr. Wanda, unfortunately has not joined us. So that implies one thing. First, we will give Baba Buntu more time to talk. And secondly, we will invite our earlier speaker, Dr. Professor Santi and Professor Osha, to sort of respond by, it's not per se respond, but they can amplify what they have already given us through a response to Baba Buntu as he speaks. So we give Baba Buntu the floor now. Please, Baba Buntu, you can go on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murakinyo, and thank you so much to Dr. Dondolo and all sisters and brothers. I greet you very warmly. Before I start, I just want to check that my presentation will be visible. I'm bringing it up now. I think I should choose entire screen, right? I've done that. I'm not sure. I cannot see what I'm sharing now. Is a presentation visible on the screen? No? So I'm not sure if I should choose entire screen or window. Let me try window. Okay, let me try window. There. Let me see. Yeah. That should be the presentation. Yes, it seems like we are on. Yes, greetings again, sisters and brothers. I also call on our ancients to guide our feet, our voices, and our minds as we devote ourselves to our people's plight and needs, and remember our power. Thank you so much to the organizers of such vital and important conversation. My vocation, my task today is to share a bit of my reflections on Africology. But I'd like to devote most of what I say to the practice of Africology in my understanding and experience. Because I think Africology is one of those journeys that can easily get swallowed if it only sits within academic institutions. Hence, I was asking the question a little bit earlier, who is an Africologist? And I think through what I'm sharing with you today, you will get an understanding of how I see it. So as I go into this, I want to specifically call on the ancestral spirits of Ntate Kgalushe Koka and also Dani Nabudere, two elders who have done immense work, and I feel that they have not gotten even a fraction of the praise and honor that they deserve as two disobedient scholars who have brought a lot of important information to our knowledge. So, and as Dr. Murakine was mentioning, myself, Mama Ya Ashantua, and a number of others were working with Dr. Koka back in 2001, starting the Institute of Africology in Johannesburg. And the Institute of Africology, which I think is very important that we include in the journey forward from here, is based now in Durban and directed by Mama Shantua and Gidi Acha. And they do a lot of great work with young people. They are also a great. They have continued to remain a great partner in the work that we do. So I will go into my presentation, Africology and Social Transformation. This speaks to, and I'm not going to necessarily reflect exactly what was said in the article, but there's an article online with exactly the same title that was published in 2003. So I've lifted a few of the concepts from that article, but I wanted to upgrade it and bring it into the work that we have now ended up doing. So in my introduction, I want to explain a little bit about who we are, because I think this is how you can get a bit of a texture of why I'm saying and what I'm sharing, what I do. So we are Ebukusini Solutions. Many would know that Ebukusini is the house of royalty, and it's not to play around with or take away the sanctity of royal leadership in the way we know the royal houses around our clans and nations. But for us, it was an important word to use in our aspiration to become royal again. We do believe that we come from royalty, and we do believe that we need to work hard to become royal again. Okay, just a second. I'm not sure if I can do that without sharing. I should mute.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go out. Oh, here it is. So I've muted. Okay, I'll share again. Sorry about that. Let me see. Okay. I think it's coming back now. Yes. I hope everybody can hear me. Yes, so Ebukusini means house of royalty, and for us it means the aspiration of what we are working towards, become royal again. And royal should not be a memory of just leading and reigning over people. It is serving people. That's the royalty we come from. And we might have forgotten that because we have seen a number of horrible examples of royalty also not serving our people. And there is a prehistory to that, of course. Our speciality or our focus theme is African-centered education, and our slogan is modern solutions, ancient traditions, which means that we want to stand in the now, looking back as the Sankofa bird tells us, remembering where we come from, but definitely moving forward. And I think it's important to say that because we often, with our voices, from wherever we sit, speak to a young audience out there, and they seem to hear us saying we must go back. So we can't just dismiss them and say you are not hearing us. Maybe we are also not. Maybe our voices are also not sharp. So we hope that we are in the process of sharpening our voices. These are the pillars of the work that we do: Black consciousness, African familyhood, and I'll return to that concept: Pan-Africanism, decoloniality, African-centered transformation, and education seen as what we often refer to as indigenous knowledge. I will not problematize that term today, but I'm always tempted to. But it's African knowledge, basically, African learning processes. That's what we specialize in and work with. Our work speaks to the responsibility we have, and I'm very happy with what Professor Santi has reminded us.
Your slides are not changing. There's only that one slide showing the first one.
Okay. Let me.
Maybe should do slideshow.
Let me find out if people see a slide now with responsibility on it.
No.
You can see that slide.
Not yet.
You cannot see slides. Okay.
We cannot.
Sorry about this, brothers and sisters. I will go out again and start sharing once again. Desktop, window, or I think maybe this should do it. Hopefully this is right. Please let me know if you can see the slides and if you can see a transition from one to the other.
We can. Thanks.
Okay. And when I do this, can you still see the slide? Yeah. And is it moving to another slide? Then I don't know what to do. Yeah, it's just that the pictures were very important for this conversation. I'm not sure if anybody can advise, because I'm trying my best here on what I know what to do.
Okay. Or maybe you can try to click on the slide one by one. Let it open.
Windows.
Okay. That didn't show the slides at all. I'm a bit lost now. Screen 2? No, I don't know what that is.
Prof, do you mind if I help? Just go on, when you share, click on the first, the dialog box that's written Windows. Yeah.
I'm trying to press, but I can't see the slides myself. You know what? I think it's open too many times. I need to close it again. Okay. Let me try again. I think I need to open it first, so that it's on the screen. I think that's important. And then I must go to here, open, desktop, window, screen 2, you say?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, Doc. If you want to present directly from your desktop, select the first box. And then if you want to go directly to the slides,
there, but I can't see it here.
One.
Yeah.
Click on share and tell me what you see.
Here. No. Here. Let me see if that works. Still not coming here. Maybe somebody should say something in there. Okay.
We can only see I think it's the cover.
I can't see it on my side. Let me see. Please let me know what happens now when I try to open it like this.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that is perfect. I think that would be perfect.
Can you see anything
when you're
now?
using your desk? Yes, it is. It is. But now double click on your slide,
see any
on
slides
your
moving.
your presentation. Yes.
Open from your side. They're not showing on Teams.
Okay. I opened them through Teams, so I don't know why. Okay, no, let me just speak without then.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Apparently I cannot get my slides to show. So let me return to what I wanted to share. So I was saying that we are an entity that are guided by our responsibility as African people to do something about what we know and see that is not working and is not functioning the way we want. And that gives us a particular agency that we need to respond with. And we need to stand as solution makers within that understanding. And to be able to move forward, we need to sharpen our will on a daily basis, because we are often well-intended people, but when I have will, you will find me doing that, whether it works, whether I have money, whether it is easy, whatever the case is. When my will is sharpened, I will do what I say I'm about. So, very strongly anchored in our practice is the understanding of African familyhood. And here I really wish that you could see some of the slides, because I want to project the images of what I think African familyhood should be. And that's representation of different age groups, different language groups, different ways of being African. It's not just one confined space where everybody instantly understand each other. I think this is one thing that I find very important, and I would say as an Africologist, you also need to deal with the irritation that some of us have when we can't instantly understand each other. So whether the divide is spiritual, whether the divide is language, whether the divide is political, I'm not talking about tolerance here. I'm talking about the intent to understand. The time I take to say, I don't understand what you are saying. Do you mind saying it in a different way? Not just being irritated, but I don't understand. No, I don't agree with you, and just leave. Because we do that a lot. But the interest in, I don't understand what you mean, but I'd like to get closer to it. And because that's what you do in families. You don't like what your son is saying. You don't think he's right. You don't think he comes at home at the time you have told him. But until at least before it goes really wrong, you're probably not going to say, you know what, I'm tired, just move out. That might be something that comes along the line much, much, much later. But you will still sit down and talk. You will still have a family meeting. You will still sit down because he is you. And I think that's the understanding we need to have of each other as well. When we see each other, I see me in you. And if I don't, obviously I will give up. Obviously I will just tolerate because I just want to get over and done with it. I won't really invest. So for the sake of this conversation, I'm just going to talk about African, and I want to say this first, and I agree with Professor Sesanti when he talks about, and Morakinyo was paraphrasing saying God is a woman. Maybe we should say it even differently. The woman is a God, meaning that it starts with what we see in what African women represent and are. And I'm saying that as a precursor to what I'm saying because I'm going to talk a lot about men right now. And that the implied understanding will often be then that I'm talking about a supreme, or I'm positioning men as more important. And it doesn't come from that. It comes from an understanding of myself as an African man. This is how I got involved in this work. And it comes from an understanding of the world around me, where I see that us as African men trembling and doing things we are not proud of, and failing to find a sense of self that we stand in front of our world with pride in. I hear women are complaining about us, being scared of us, not knowing how to relate to us. I hear us saying we don't know how to relate to women. This does not speak to familyhood. Because in many women's experience, familyhood or relating to men has become dangerous, or has become awkward, or has become difficult, and has become problematic. And equally to men, it has also become a space we don't always know how to navigate in. Those of us who do not see ourselves as violent men can sometimes only offer to the conversation to say, but I'm not like that, or I don't do that. That's all we can say. But in my experience, many of us as African men, we still don't know how to answer the question, what does it mean to be an African man? And this is where I'm coming to, where I want to explain how we apply an Africological intervention into understanding that. So 11, 12 years ago, we started a sub-project. We do a number of programs, but one is called Shabaka Men of Africa. And although I'm not going to speak much about Kandaka, which is the sisters program, it's important that you are aware that this is the twin project. So there are times we also sit down as women and men and talk and dialogue and learn from each other. But today I'll talk more about Shabaka. So Shabaka, the name Shabaka comes from the black pharaoh that who ruled in Kemet around 700 BC, and was also brought to the table an ability to bring order into a time which was very chaotic by learning from his ancestors. And in many ways, that's how we would like to also say that African men's role is today, to create order in a chaotic world, not alone, and not in isolation, but we as African men want to look at ourselves. Are we bringing order into our families, into ourselves, into our communities? And if we are not, why are we not doing that? And if we don't know the question to that, how can we even demand any form of respect from ourselves and from others? So the Africological transformational project that we're talking about here is really to move from a premise of having the audacity to say, I know what is the problem and I know what I'd like to see as an outcome, but I'm not 100% sure of the method to get there. But I'm going to walk anyway. I hope you get that part. Meaning that we are trying things out. We don't know that if you put A and B and C together, it's going to produce D. We don't know that. But we know that we are not happy with the situation we are in, and we know that we come from royalty, so we want to reproduce that sense of royalty and responsible manhood in this context. But we don't know if we do it this way that it's going to immediately result in this. But Africology for me is to not sit and wait and theorize and think about, and it is actually to throw yourself into the pool of deep water and you're not sure if you can swim. That's the type of audacity and courage that we need to have when we go into this. Now, fortunately, the reason we are still doing this after 12 years of this process being far from easy is because we see it works. Africology for me starts with a response to the cultural betrayal of those in our society that are supposed to bring us knowledge, are supposed to be our guideposts. And I'm talking about people specifically within academia, within political leadership, within sometimes community and even royal leadership, who are not giving us the guidance, who are not creating unity amongst us as people, who contribute to self-dehumanization and often suffer from epistemic vanity. We need a much more robust way to move forward. And remember, I'm taking the example of men in this, but it applies to other fields, of course, as well. But that's what we want our action to be in opposition to, this betrayal that people who stand before us and say they have knowledge, but we often look back at them and say, but how do I apply what you say in my marriage, as I'm dealing with my children? It is also based on, I see Africology as grounded scholarship activism. And I know activism is another word that we could dissect and put into. But for me, activism means you have taken a position in this world. And activism means that it's not something you do within a certain time frame. It is who you have become or decided to be. So whether you sleep, whether you are hungry, whether you are angry, whether you are whatever you are, activism is always the first layer. And that's what you act on. So when you have an issue with society, when you are complaining about society, you're not happy to just stand and complain. You're actively doing something to minimize or overcome or destroy that problem. And if you are not, then I don't know what kind of activism you are living. So if scholarship, as we were taught this morning, means knowledge and reproducing the truthful knowledge, in what way does that help us as a collective to move forward? Because most of us are now, one thing we can say we have as a community, and many things we don't have, but one thing is we are beginning to have a similar understanding of what the problem is. Meaning, it doesn't take a degree for people to say that we struggle with our languages, we're not proud to speak our indigenous languages. Everybody talks about that. Everybody, to some extent, talks about the wounds we carry from our colonial experience. Many people talk about white supremacy. Many people talk about... So we are coming closer in terms of defining the problem. But are we working on the solution? And I think I always say this, my aspiration to who I should be is the activism I say I stand for is something that you must find me doing when you come visiting me unannounced. Do you understand? It's not a performance. It's not something I do when the microphone is switched on and the Zoom ring is behind me. It's what I do whether somebody's listening or not. It's what I do even if nobody wants to interview me or give me an award or highlight what I do. It's who I am. And that's what I want us to measure each other against as well. Anchoring Africology for me means, if I could paraphrase what Diop says, about reconciling ourselves to rid ourselves of the crisis of reason. And in that, if our ears are too Eurocentric, we will hear that he's saying that Africans don't have reason. He's not saying that. But he's saying, and I'll come back to this, he's saying that the way to reason on a higher level doesn't go through the theoretical constructs that many of these places insist that we must start with. It starts with the heart. We learn that we must start with the brain. I'll come back to that. So Africology becomes a process of unlearning and relearning. And it doesn't go in a hierarchical way. You have unlearned, now you can relearn, and then you are done. It is a continuous cyclical moment of unlearning. You slipped up, you forgot, your colonial self came back, the European inside of you came out. You need to now burn impepo, you need now to call ancestors, you need to pray, you need to stand before, you need to realize that it's not a process that you can just say, let me do this in a couple of months, let me do this in a couple of years. It's a lifelong commitment. And as we take this position, I think this is very important to say, in my book, when you declare yourself an Africologist, you are also choosing for your life to be more difficult. There's no award for being an Africologist. There's hardly any money available for you when you say, this is my standpoint. Money will actually be taken back. You are becoming a threat. You are too difficult. You are too romantic. You are talking too much. You don't have tact. You don't know how this works. This is what you'll be told. And you become a risk and you become a threat. And if you don't want that, then I'm not sure how you're going to get into the field of action. So now I'm coming into what I wanted to say about the project that we do. For me, Africology starts with centering self. And sisters and brothers, this is so difficult because the self that I come from lineage of generations that have been told that we must never affirm self. We must never anchor and center anything in who we really are. That's wrong. That's even sinful. That's even punishable. That makes you a non-being. So how do I find the courage to choose to center myself, my real self? That's a courage that all of us, I'm not even going to ask you about your history. I'm not going to ask you about your family story, but I know you were not taught that courage. So if you have that courage, it's because you created it. If you have that courage, it's because you intentionally said, you know what? I'm sick and tired. It's okay. Friends can say they don't understand me anymore. It's okay. I can't bow to my family for every single thing in this world. And this is one thing that I'm going to choose, even when I understand my family is going to turn on me. Because that's what happens. I work with young people whose often the main struggle is that they end up not fitting into the family because the family has an idea of what you should do, what choices you should make, how you should move in this world. And when you don't, you become an embarrassment to the family. And who wants to be a loyal son and daughter who is cast as the problem of the family, the embarrassment of the family? What am I as a leader, if I should use that name in this situation? What am I asking of young people? I'm making their family life more troublesome. I'm asking them to stick their head out in ways that some family members do not approve of, do not like, feel is shameful. Why are you destroying this young person's possibilities in this world? Because that's what, from a colonial mindset, it looks like we're doing. Centering self. And I want us all to really be in that conversation. Have I centered myself? Am I centering myself? Do I constantly fill up the tank of fuel that I need to center myself, to choose myself? And I hope you understand that when I say self, it's not my individual self, it's the collective self. It's me doing this because I can see we need this. It's me adding this because I understand that we as a people need that. That's the self I'm talking about. And within that, I'm going to talk about centering family. And within that, I'm going to talk about centering African masculinity. So I hope you got the background and understand that it's not just a small niche of gender topics that I wanted to address within this. So within the Shabaka project, which we have created as a platform for healing and empowerment of African men, just side note to say that obviously the program is based here in South Africa, in Johannesburg, but we have had the opportunity to take some of the interventions around the country and also to about 5 or 6 other African countries. And what we now know, and I'm not saying this out of judgment to anyone or having too big a head myself, but we know that our methods work. We know it from the feedback. We know it from what people are saying. We know it from people who have said it to third parties who don't have to come and praise us for what we do. We know that we have effective methods. So the frustration is that those who could help us to make this bigger and more prevalent in societies, they don't want to know that. So it's a constant struggle. Within Shabaka, which has a number of programs, one is called Black Men's Lehutla, which is dialogue. One is called Teen Talk, which is for young teenage men. We started this during COVID, so it's an online conversation with older or young adult men. And we also have Warrior Weekend. We have a number of other projects. But the one I wanted to talk about is Men on the Mountain. And we call that Growing Up in One Day, because it is one day. And it's a call to men to say, can you acknowledge, let me start there. Can you acknowledge what is immature about your choices and thinking? And are you prepared to identify it, acknowledge it, and shed it? And start walking a journey towards the man, the responsible man in you. That's the conversation. So we gather men in different locations, and I think this has been important for me to say as well. I know there's a number of men's programs in the country. And obviously as men, so the conversation you need to have with yourself when you want to start a project for African men, should I appeal to them? Because if you want to appeal to African men as we are right now, you need to come with some nice cars, you need to come with soccer, you need to maybe come with some sexiness, you need to bring some flavor, because we're not just going to get up and storm to things unless it can promise me a job, promise me income, promise me an elevated status. Why should I bother? Because our experience also is when we join organizations or movements is that there's a second agenda behind us being called to a meeting. Somebody wants to tell us what the truth is. Somebody wants to own our time. Somebody wants to do something to us. So we also suffer a certain fatigue. We become very skeptical to everything. And we don't want to join anything unless, like I said, you have those perks that you can call us with. We have no perks. No cars. No sexiness, no nothing. It's harder. Like I said, you come to Shabaka, you sit through the session, and life is actually going to become harder. Because now you know. Now you are in conversation with yourself. Now you realize that the problem is not your father who left you. The problem is that you have decided that you cannot move on. The problem is not your wife. The problem is that you don't want to have a conversation about how you cheated on her. I want to bring it down to a very regular level. I hope you understand me, because sometimes when we speak in these academic terms, which I also think there is a time and space for, but most of us, we go back to homes where we have problems. We can't use these things we talk in these institutions to solve. And that's, for me, why it's important to bring in what Bengu, peace be with him as well, he has also left us. Bengu wrote about how in Ma'atical understanding, the work we need to do is to reconstruct the heart, which is the essence of Ma'at. What does it mean to reconstruct the heart? In ancient Kemet, the heart was seen as the organic motor of the body. So even physically, as we know from a medical point of view, it's seen as the center of the body. It's seen as the seat, so now it's more metaphorically, it's seen as the seat of intelligence, the source of wisdom, the center that brings everything into one being. Now, how do I recenter my heart? Because my heart has been ripped out. My heart has been spat on. My heart has been chained. My heart has been taken away from me. And my life has become a re-experience of that colonial enslavement and brutalization in my relationships, at work, in maybe even with friends. Even when I have fun, even when I say I'm going out to have fun tonight, I decide to get very, very drunk. And I know I'm putting my health at risk. But that's the best way I know how to appreciate myself. Go out and harm my health and call that fun. And I'm not saying that from a judgmental, moralistic point of view. What I'm trying to say is racial stress has turned my life completely upside down. Things that I shouldn't do, I now call them fun. Things that actually harm me, I say I have the best time of my life. I will actually smile. Because there is an Amapiano track to that feeling. There is a TikTok video that speaks to that experience. But who am I fooling, really? What happens at the mountain? So basically, it's a one-day event where men gather first for an orientation, and then they actually go to a mountain top. What happens at the mountain? And I'll just give you some nuggets of what happens. So one is dialogue. Men are in deep conversation, in a guided dialogue. And what that for me means is, remember I spoke about the reconstruction of the heart. So within the heart, when you explain what Ma'at is supposed to do, within the heart sits the word and the tongue. The word is the consciousness of being, and the tongue is the dialogic expression. So in this conversation, the word, talking, and when I say talking, this is very important to say. And I'm saying this to both sisters and brothers in the room and those who are listening. We have gotten used to men not being so comfortable to talk from their heart. That's a place we avoid. That's a place that we don't feel safe. And we do almost everything we can to avoid having those conversations. This is a conversation where you can't avoid your heart. So many men would have decided 2 weeks before the event that, I'm going to go there, I need this. But 3 days before the event, what is this man on the mountain, by the way? 2 days before the event, you know what am I going to sit there and say that 1 day left, I don't think I really need this. And by the way, there's soccer on TV, let me go next time. What I'm trying to say is that this is very challenging for most of us. But I also want to say the flip side of that is that when men have started the engagement, when they actually share, when they actually talk about their deepest sense of truth, it's like something has been generated and ignited that doesn't want to stop. And I think it's important that you have that image in your mind, because some of us have gotten used to us as African men being the quiet type, or talk about things out there, or defining stuff, or talking about why South Africa is the way it is and what's wrong with the president. That's what we know men talk about. But how many men have you talked about breaking down the experience of being divorced? How many men have you heard breaking down not growing up with their father? Apart from just saying that, but breaking it down into details. How many men have you heard starting the conversation in response to the question, what is your first sexual memory? Well, for me, it started when I was 5. What does that mean? What do you mean it started when you were 5? No, it was my cousin who was looking after me while my parents went away. Then she put me on the bed. She asked me, she instructed me what I should do to her. This is a very common history. This is a very common story in South Africa and in the African world, actually. It's a very common story. But very few men will tell that story or go through what that story has done to them or try to find a remedy for the destruction that they may have caused. And if men talk about it, it might be as they grow up to other young men or boys as a cool experience. You know what this woman allowed me to do? You know what she did? She gave me a head start. That's how the story sits. And actually, and I've had men on the mountain who, in a laughing expression, says, no, I was actually very fortunate. This woman decided to give me a head start when I was 9. And I'm saying, do you know that you were raped? And their eyes just go down to the ground. They can't lift their eyes again. I'm saying, I'm not saying this to shame you. I'm saying this because you have experienced a woman who should not be near any child. And in that moment, you can see that the whole mind of this man is exploding. Like, I've never thought of my story like that. I thought it was cool. And I decided that it was. But have you also noticed that maybe an outcome of this is that you don't trust women? Have you also seen that an outcome of this is that you have a judgmental attitude to sisters? Have you also seen that you have developed a way of being in relationships where you lay down the law? Maybe this is your way of protecting the inner child that is still hurting. On the mountain, you do work. You walk. You get in touch with the mountain. And what does the mountain represent for us as African people? The mountain holds sacred shrines. It holds a message of expansion. When you go to a mountain, you stand on the mountain and you can see this land before you. There's a feeling that starts to grow within you that speaks to courage, that speaks to ability. And that's not even words. That's not even a message, like a verbal message. It's an experience. The mountain talks to you about elevated hearing and connecting. It talks about your royal self. So to walk that journey and get a breath and descend onto the mountain and stand on top of it, it's also you metaphorically coming back to yourself and standing at the highest point to really have an honest look at myself. On the mountain, you are not the CEO. On the mountain, you are not the unemployed. On the mountain, you are not the young man who couldn't finish his studies. On the mountain, you are not just a victim. You are also somebody who's reminded of your responsibility to do something about what life has done to you. So on the mountain, you stand on land. And sisters and brothers, maybe in South Africa we relate to it slightly different to some other parts of the continent. But for all of us, we need to stand on our land. And when I say that, I mean to sink our feet into land that we take ownership over and reclaim. Yes, it's metaphorical, but it's also physical. Because many of us have lost the understanding of land. And this is because if we were in our agricultural scientific selves that we used to be many years ago, we wouldn't even have a problem when Sisanti says that our sisters are godly. Because some of us feel like, it's a cute saying, but I'm not sure if it's really, I'm not sure why he's saying that. On the mountain, we hear our ancestors. We need to be quiet, but we also need to sing. We need to chant. We need to stomp. We need to hear the drums. On the mountain, young men or younger men are in communication with their elders. And they can, for a moment, for a day, black men out there, think about this. How often can you lower your shoulders? How often can you feel I'm in a safe enough space for me to just let whatever I feel come out, let it just come? Most of us are never in that space, or very rarely. That's why we need to maybe use substances to get to that place, because we don't know what it means to lower our shoulders. We take almost every question as an accusation. On the mountain, men also get to advise each other. And this is so fundamental for me in my understanding of Africology as well. It blurs the line between teacher, student, and practitioner. And not in a way that elders are not respected, not in the way that everybody represents exactly the same. But it is an understanding that also an elder needs to be taught. It is an understanding that just because you're 55 doesn't mean that you have more wisdom than the 25-year-old. So you get to talk, you get to converse, and the expressions, for those who can see my face right now, the expressions on the mountain is like this. Deep, intense facial expressions of listening. It's never this. It's never this. It's never like men are engaging for 8 hours. And we can't command anyone. We can't, hey, sit up. Well, we can say that, but we have never had to. And Men on the Mountain, we do it 2 or 3 times a year. We started in 2012. Okay, I've stopped looking at my slides here because I know that. But anyway, I'm trying to give you a bit of a texture of what happens on the mountain and how that is an Africological intervention, bringing back its cultural transmission. We don't want it. We don't want it to be separated by what you can afford. I'm just going to read a few. Sorry, my slides are jumping a bit here. Sorry that you can't see them, but these are ad verbatim quotes from what young men have said themselves in their evaluation. They say, "This was my first experience of having an honest conversation without taboos about sex with intelligence and wisdom." And I keep always saying this, that in Pan-African spaces and Black consciousness spaces, this is a topic that must never be discussed. We mustn't talk about relationships and sex. That's very trivial. But all of us are seeking relationships or busy with some form of relationship. We're trying to get out of one. We're trying to find one. We're trying to understand one. We are dealing with them all the time. But we must never talk about it. I don't understand what kind of knowledge that excludes something that is so vital to us. Another feedback. As someone who has had many girlfriends, cheated and hurt many women, this was very meaningful. It made me understand why I have done all of this and what kind of man I now want to become. I saw myself as having much experience, but on the mountain I realized how little I knew about a lot of stuff that was discussed. I'm so thankful to the brothers who were with me on the mountain. The sense of brotherhood has changed my views about how I see life and what my purpose is. I came here a broken boy. I'm proud to say that I leave as a man. I learned to accept myself as well as accepting the challenge of redefining my understanding of manhood. Okay, I'm gonna switch on the microphone again. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Okay. Yes, we can, Prof.
Okay.
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 Okay. So now I'm going back to what. Yeah, I'm not sure. So you'll indicate if you can hear me now. So, and just a few more comments and then I'll wrap up. Another comment, I've learned to be mindful and aware of the colonialism, white supremacy, and patriarchy and how they have destroyed the African community in so many ways. So the political consciousness next to the spiritual awareness, next to the cultural remembrance, is a very important summary of what that day. I learned a lot about sexuality, Africanism, loving our women, giving thanks. I enjoyed being in a group of men, not afraid to open up about my experiences. In many ways, Men on the Mountain becomes a shock to many men because they cannot believe that in a day they decided to share most of the things that they never would have really shared with anyone. And one battle we have as an organization is what are we creating in men's lives when men need this so much that they actually grab the opportunity just in an 8-hour space? What could we achieve if we could do this for a week or even 3 days? My experience with us as African men is that we are ready to begin the journey, but we're not sure if it's valid, we're not sure if it works, we're not sure if it's manly, and we're not sure if I can fit in, because my life is so different than anyone else, and my experience is you won't understand. That's what holds most of us back. Last comment, I realized that I have never been able to differentiate manhood from boyhood. I've always taken things very lightly and behaved like a boy. Now I feel I'm motivated to grow into a man. For me, Africology must not ground itself in an academic loyalty the way we know academia now. Meaning it mustn't be loyal to the academia we experience right now. I understand that it can have some anchoring, it can have some resources, it can have some space. I accept and I support that. But if it makes a community member estranged or feeling out of place or feeling that they cannot be themselves, then already we have violated the space. So how do we create human spaces within a space that I feel very often reminds us of our inhumanness or non-humanness? And I think, and we'll talk more about this tomorrow, but for me, and this is just also in my personal experience, I don't know if you have walked into certain buildings that you feel does something to your spirit in a negative way. Like the architecture and the sizes of the room or whatever it is that you react to make you feel a bit out of place. Make you feel that if security comes up and says, "Excuse me, can I help you?" you tremble a bit and say, like you stutter. And like, why am I stuttering? Like, I'm not scared. I know why I'm here. It's not like I've gone to the wrong building, but it does something to you. And for me, that speaks to also what sometimes European psychology does, even when it's not announced. There's no sign saying no black people should come in here. There's no sign saying you are a woman and you don't belong. But immediately you start to feel that feeling. And it connects you with the past where you were not supposed to go into certain places. You were not supposed to be just anywhere. You need to have a validation. Who invited you? Where's your pass? Where's your document? Why are you here? How long are you going to stay here? You are an obstruction. Why? And we have started to internalize that out of placeness. So when I say that we shouldn't make the academia our only home, it's not out of the fear. It's not because we shouldn't be everywhere, because we should. But there are certain places we maybe also should start where we can shield ourselves from some of the colonial gunshots that are being fired at us, even today. And I find that children and elders can provide that space. Because if you're going to be on children's terms, you know you cannot just talk the lingo we speak right now. I fail to remember exactly where in the world this is done, but there's a place in the world, and I think it's a small town, that has decided that at that university that they have in that town, PhD students in addition to passing in the conventional way, have to present their thesis to a group of 10-year-olds. And I love that idea. Because, and that means they cannot just read the abstract from their thesis. They're going to have to break it down. I studied what, and the reason was, and you know that some people, and I spoke to some, like, these are the ways you need to talk now. And I think there's something so right about that, because that means that as a knowledge holder or as a researcher, you really need to put yourself on the floor, not at the podium. You are there to serve. So people must also have the right to look at you and say, what are you talking about? Because maybe you are talking nonsense. Maybe you can say juxtaposed, maybe you can say a lot of nice, very, very incredible words. But what does it mean? Why did you study this? How do I benefit from what you did? And if you call yourself a knowledge holder and you can't answer those questions, why should I even hold you in high esteem? So for me, Africology is that I want to stand before Ugogo. I want to stand before her and feel that I'm doing something she can understand and that she agrees, no matter what educational level, no matter what her interest world is. I want to stand before the 10-year-old and say, this is what I'm doing, in a way that the 10-year-old can say, oh, okay, that's interesting. Or I like that. Or maybe one day I'll also do something like that, for instance. And if we can't do that, if that is out of the equation, I think we are the problem. And I believe in solutions. And I want us to be solutions. I think I want to close it there. I had lined up so much nice imagery that I wanted to show you, but for some reason it didn't work now. Maybe there's a way we can post that or send it out to people. But I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to share with you. I hope you were able to follow the journey of how I wanted to use practical example, and I chose to talk about Men of the Mountain as an example of how we can bring Africology to life, and we can kind of see how it makes sense in the responses and in the practices of men out there who are shaping themselves differently, acting differently, thinking differently, and producing and delivering a more meaningful sense of African manhood. With those words, Siyabulela, thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Thank you very, very much. You actually, because when we're studying Africology, for the end objective of what we are doing, this is social and political transformation. Sorry, I didn't unmute myself, but I'm just thank Babuntu for what he has expressed here just now, what he has made us, because the title of his talk is Africology and Social Transformation. The ultimate, the aim, why we do Africology and what we want to achieve is political and social transformation. That is why Professor Santi mentioned that. And that is one of the cardinal points of Afrocentricity. It has a very explicit political objective and social objective. We are not just studying to just be want to know or like. That is why I'm going to join the team. You see, you can do chemistry, you can go and study other disciplines. You know, when you come to Africa, when you come to study Africa, it changes. Your emotion must come, because this is a study of the self. We study other things. That's why it's easy for other people to study us, because that's why I say the type scholarship. It's just out there. But when you study yourself, look at Babuntu bringing us on something. How difficult we can ask people questions. But some questions that are supposed to be easy. When you go to ask your parents, your mother, your father about certain very, and they are the only people that have answer to this question. But you can't ask them. That is basically what the whole Africology, African Heritage Study is about. This uncomfortable question we have to start asking ourselves. We can't ask nobody. But it's very, very difficult. It's easy for me to just pick somebody on the street and say, to make where did you meet this man? But try asking your mother, where did you meet this man? Or try saying another man, Mommy, who is this other guy who is coming sometimes? How do you see these things? How do you ask your parents? Because you see these things, but you cannot ask. So basically, the whole question about Africology is a study of the self. That's why it's very, very difficult. And that's why it brings emotion. And going to what Bible has tried to explain to us now, the social objective of what we are doing, where does this thing start? It starts, and we come from that women are God. To basically, you say, as African men, we have to accept this thing. You know, everybody know about buck breaking, what they did to African slaves. And when we go, even before we went into this Western discourse, let's look at what we endure. And everybody agreed to endure through Islam, because our first contact with the other was Islam.
There's two sounds on it. They're saying they hear the echo because both are on, so I'm not sure which one is which.
So because
you see,
mine is normal, because we see these things in the way attitude of Islam to women, attitude of, and then we copy it. You get what you do? Everybody here, we have a father tongue. We don't have a father tongue. We only have a mother tongue. There's nobody except my father. There's nothing like that. Only in Western discourse you find a fatherland. This is a motherland. Nobody refers to African. So that and how do we start building this up? It's what Baba Buntu is trying to. When we say Africology, it's a process of reconstruction and construction. It's how to heal, because we identify now from what is talking about African masculine, we identify the real problematic link. This is African men. And one thing from my own personal experience, and you can see this all around in African culture when you go, only African women doesn't lose their sense of identity through clothing. If we men, African men, if you give us a lot of money, especially unless you come from certain clan, when you give a lot of money to buy clothes, it's going to go buy the occasion tomorrow, buy clothes, it's going to buy the best suits. But if you give it for any occasion, for any clan, either here in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, in America, give an African woman money to say there's an occasion tomorrow, buy yourself a clothes. Rarely will she go and buy European clothes. She will find something around her that connects her to that Africanness. Look at it in every clan. So that is a very important point. So the problem, which we have to accept, because if we have a problem as a people, if we can't identify the point of it, is ourselves as men. You know, we are either because we are, before, only later can women go to Western school. It was a male-dominated enclave before. So you can see what you are doing at your example of Africology as a reconstructive process where it actually fits. This is our missing link. And here where we stay too. And violence, which we do, I'm just moving with violence, which we do, if you are frustrated, you'll be violent. If you know what you are bringing in from, no matter where you are coming from, and someone tries to just say, oh, listen, and you have no power over them, it's easy for you to start. The moment you start this violence, you don't know how to stop. That's why you become possessed wrongfully. That is why apart from a lot of things, we have to talk about violence and harm, and that's why what we are talking about, spirituality, is very important. You ask many people who commit this atrocious violence against women, they are possessed, they cannot explain. You get one, there's one on telly yesterday, he was almost trying to stab himself because he can't see himself doing that thing, but he did. So your intervention of Africology as social transformation is the end of all our scholarship, though we're still trying to unpack exactly what is Africology, what are the best methods to apply, but the ultimate objective is this social transformation. And where is our problem? African toxic masculinity. And so the way you are actually, we didn't see your pictures, we didn't see the slide, but everybody here really feels touched about. We don't need to go on the mountain to feel touched about. And me personally, and maybe I'm the one who has been dodging, and because, honestly, because personally, and that is, because how do you start around you and all this environment? So it's a very important thing, and we hope as we go on and try and concretize this as a scholarly and endeavor, it doesn't end up being held hostage or being taken away from us like every other thing we start. You just have to mention it, and that is what Jack Depachin comes around and say, silence, discovery, and abolition. When Protestants say something, we pretend we don't hear him. Then after sometimes when we find something. We find some guy who discover the same thing he's saying. And then the whole energy comes, we have to abolish that thing. But if you say, okay, we have been struggling, look at the retrieval of our heritage, African artifact. It's a generational issue. From the first time, people have been demanding their artifact. Only when Macron decided it is right, now we discover we have to get our artifact, and then who gets the credit? So critical, something you spoke about here about ourselves. You get what I'm, the social end, because that is the end of Afrocentric, transforming our way of being. You get what I mean? Transforming how we are, actually living what we can determine to be a good life. So, and thank you for extending the time to Baba Buntu. So what we quickly can do now, because we have Professor Dove waiting in America, I'm going to open the floor and take contributions. Thank you. Nkosi, I don't know if I'm audible. You can unmute your mic and ask your question or make your comment, please. I didn't get the name, but it is N. Ngozi.
Thank you.
Ngozi.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Ngozi Chukura. I'm a storyteller and an artist. I'm based in Gaborone in Botswana. Mine is a question, but before I ask the question, I just wanted to thank the esteemed panel for their very valuable presentations and views. I feel much richer for having listened to this conversation. I latched onto the idea of cultural remembrance and what it means for our healing, and also as a foundation for our continuity and evolution as an African people. And also just to indicate something that you just touched on briefly as well, sir, about the repatriation of African artifacts. So there is a conversation that's currently ongoing about the repatriation of African artifacts, objects, archives, and remains. And I would like to ask the panelists, what are their views about these objects returns, and what impact will it have on African communities, pedagogies, and also importantly, and in particular, African futures? Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you so much for the feedback and for the question. I think from my side, I would say two things. First of all, when something has been stolen, and it is important that, in terms of justice, that any stolen object is returned to its rightful owner. And in our case, we have our artifacts, we have our land, we have our knowledge. We have so many things that needs to be restored and returned to us. So returning of artifacts and objects is definitely a beginning. But we need to remember it as a crime. So it's not something we're going to be thankful for or be so happy that finally, like, it's a recognition. It's not. It's just a beginning of something that can turn into justice. But it's not justice necessarily in itself. But I think the second part of my response is that we must also understand that what was taken away from us was not objects. They were ceremonial, it was literacy, it was soul connections, it was spiritual instruments, it was constructs of self. So for me, the artifacts in itself, just that the object, the physical entity is brought back on African soil, yes, that's a good thing, but it doesn't necessarily bring it back home if I no longer know how to relate to it. So there's some work we also need to do, and I would say this for everything that has been stolen from us, if it's the land, if it's our knowledge, to remember it, it is also a process of what we just spoke about, going back to self, going into the deeper sense of self, going into my ancestral memory, going in and reading messages that just reading a book or having a conversation with another person is not going to give me. So we need to learn to communicate with the ancestral spirits that gave birth to these arts, to these I'm trying not to call them objects, but I think everyone knows what I'm referring to, that are so much more than that. So one thing is, yes, in the pursuit of some form of balance, everything that was taken must be brought back where it was taken from. But secondly, there's some work that we need to do to be able to reconnect to what was so viciously stolen away from us. Thank you.
If we don't have any other question, I briefly want to comment on that because I did a presentation on that for African Day in Dublin. You see, this whole restitution that is happening now, this is the biggest fraud that you can inflict on African people. It's the biggest fraud. Restitution, where is reparation? Does that have just
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We've lost.
this restitution? So the whole process of restitution is another gimmick, trick being played on Africans. So we're now collecting a piecemeal. Our history is further fragmented. If you ask Chekanta Diop that should this thing be returned, Diop said we should just leave it. Because what we need to do is a forensic in situ studies of this artifact in European Museum. And we have to do two things. We have to do a confidence research. And then we have the curatorial history of these collections they took away. Look, who are they giving it to? In Nigeria, they are falling over each other now to open a museum. Can African have a museum? Do Africans have a culture of a museum? The museum have a thief complex. Who are we going to go rob to put their things in the museum? And we coming around, we establish our own museum. The only reason we agree to talk about having a museum is because we now want to a museum is a crime scene, one, and when we display, we want to display the crime of the empire. That is why they are still relevant. So this whole process of returning artifacts and we falling over is actually destruction of African artifacts. And for this, you just have to go to Diop when he was, I think that's the last time he was in American Nile Valley civilization. They asked him, how do we reconstruct our history? He said the first thing is not just this brick about dumping all around. We need, because now, look, even if we don't have time, and this is not the topic, how many had the things in European, they returned 26 to Daomi yesterday. How many are the artifacts? Do we know how many? Do we know how it was taken away? Do we know what had been done to it? Do we know if this is actually the original artifact? We're just jumping over ourselves, returning it, and then we've discovered some savior in Sarkozy who is trying to take. So for me personally, we need, this is not the way to start. We want these things back, but we don't even want them back. We have moved on. It burdens you to conserve these things. So tomorrow, in 100 years now, they say it never happened. Please leave it in the British Museum, and with I did something that this artifact, the Benin bronze. In Nigeria, we have a museum that says we have a 3D. We don't need the physical something again. 3D, in the space underneath is written, and the same toy is being done in Britain now. In the British Museum, I've forgotten the guy's name. They say, display it like you stole it. You get that is it's going on in the British Museum. So this artifact stolen from Benin at the British expedition in 1886. This same artifact in the British Museum, it is there, stolen from Nigeria, and then you explain so you can see the crime of the empire, not taking it here and bringing it all around to do what? It costs us money to maintain this thing. Are you going to pay for it? So the easiest thing, and it's taking us away from the crucial point we are making about it. I think it needs to be made. I will take more questions, please, because we have to really. I'm trying to consider Professor Dove, who we have different time frame with. No. Okay, colleagues and friends, will. So with this, I want to thank you for your contribution to this session. I want to thank Ngozi again for further expanding the terrain of our discourse that now covers this very burning issue of restriction of cultural property, because it's tied to the whole process of Africology too, because eventually these artifacts are evidence of our past, but the way they are trying to do it now, we will eventually be accused of a crime of receiving stolen property. That is if we don't take time in what we are trying, because we are doing double jeopardy to the collection. So I will end up there and thank Baba Buntu and thank participants and everybody. Thank you very much. So are we going to have a 20 minutes break so that we refresh and we come back to Professor Dove, who will inside airports family situate our search and discuss. Thank you very much, everybody. We come back 12:20 women will be coming back here exactly 3:30 our time, 15:30. I don't know how that will what time that will be for you, Professor Dove, but we take 20 minutes and exactly on the half hour we come back. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay.
How are you, Prof?
Hello? Can you hear me?
No, okay. I think maybe I can. Okay, I think the problem is on our side. The speaker, I will check it.
Okay.
So can you check if it's fine? The speaker, the next speaker will join us online. Okay, Prof. Okay. Yeah. How are you? How are you, Prof?
Yeah, I'm nervous. I'm always nervous, but just I hope I do everything.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
It's okay. Are you hearing okay? Not too many echoes and stuff.
I'm muted on my side. How is it now? Is it better now? Or there's still an echo?
That's what I'm saying, like, for instance, like,
Okay.
most facilitators, like,
Oh, no. We are waiting for you. 1, 2, 1, 2. I muted my mic.
Yeah, I'm sure they can hear you. Ask her if she can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he can hear me. Yeah. You want to take it? You can take it off.
No.
No, you can. You. Maybe in age. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Dr. Luvoyo. Great to meet you.
Yes, likewise, Prof. Yeah. It's nice sometimes to finally put a face on the name. That's true.
And sometimes it's so,
Yes. Okay.
It's always helpful.
Yes, we are about to start now.
Okay. Greetings, Dr. Babagunta.
Okay.
Greetings. Such an honor to meet and see you.
Thank you. The honor is actually mine, so.
Yeah. Okay, we will start now. We'll continue with our symposium. This is the last session. That's fine. Okay. Greetings again, colleagues. We will now continue with the last lap of our symposium. We only have one speaker for this session, and it is an honor for me to introduce Dr. Dove, who's a proud mom, grandmother, and great-grandmother. She has lived in Ghana, Nigeria, Canada, the US, and the UK. She graduated with a PhD from the US with a specific focus on African culture, women, education, and has written articles, chapters, encyclopedia entry, and 2 books, African Mothers in 1998 and Afrocentric Education, a Blueprint in 2021. She has also co-authored a book with Dr. Asante called Being Human Being, published in 2021. Her accomplishments include her involvement in developing African-centered and Afrocentric schools. Dr. Davi is an associate professor of Africology at Temple University in the US with a focus on African women and Afrocentric episteme. I will now hand over to Professor to take us through her presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here. It's a wonderful place to be because I am an Africologist myself. I bring greetings and love from Dr. Santi, who is our chairperson at Temple University, where I'm blessed and honored to teach because it is the one safe place in the university. It's not really safe, but we can actually speak in there on issues pertaining to Africa and African people. So it's a wonderful space that has been struggled for. Hundreds of millions of African people have died all over the world for this space to exist, and most of us are conscious of that, and if we're not, we become conscious of it. The department, Africology itself, is undergoing some changes because what happens is that it is a forever learning, growing discipline, and the more that we find out about Africa and our cultural identities, the more we can broaden the discipline of Africology and its foundation being Afrocentric theory. And for my part, I am to talk about the curriculum, but I can't talk about the curriculum until I talk about the pedagogy. And I would say, you know, it is a method of teaching, but it's important because it raises questions about what is it? Who are we teaching and for what purpose? These questions require analyses that can interrogate fully what already exists, and if we are trying to change from what to what. The Diopian perspective, of course, is absolutely critical because Diop created a cultural framework in which one could use culture as a tool of analysis to understand what's going on, who we are. And Africology itself is to make, as has been said before, is to make that cultural link to Africa through memories. Some of them have been removed, but they are all actually there to be reawakened by the episteme that we produce to connect us to the values and beliefs and the histories and her stories of African people. So we have to go back to Kemet because those ancient principles of Ma'at are the guides to understanding our humanity and how we've moved from there with all the incursions that have happened through the centuries. What's important, many things are important about Sheikh Anta Diop, but what we have focused on, or what I have focused on in the work, is his cultural understanding of reality. And often we use culture more from an anthropological perspective, which is quite Western and European and so on. But what Diop did was to show that everything is impacted by culture. Our episteme, who we are, who we think we are, all our institutions, our political institutions, economic, health, family, and the family is the key, of course, the first institution. And what Diop shows us is that culturally speaking, the female and the male, the woman and the man, or whatever along those gender points, are the progenitors of life, society, of culture. And based on their relationship to each other, the culture will develop and will be reflected, number one, in the family and society and nations and so on. So we know that that life began in Africa. The first culture was African, and the first culture was based on African matriarchy, which means, from a Jopian perspective, female-male reciprocity, and that is the foundation of Ma'at. You cannot get Ma'at without that balance. So the people that have gone in there represent the other type of culture, which is a patriarchal culture where the man dominates the woman, and the woman is looked at as the sinner inside the modern religions that we look at, Hebraism, Christianity, Islam, and Brahmanism. All of them are patriarchal. They are all racist. They all debase and demonize the black woman and the black man. And that is the cultural thinking of these people. We know that we're spiritual beings and that we create our physical outsides as a result of how we live our lives, and various other determinations. We're not actually God, but we glean from knowledge of ancient people who we are, who we might become. And so the later attempts to prove pseudoscientifically that races exist, this time is most often used to define race, but actually race, the construct of race, came out of the construct of hierarchy, and that this belief in the white supremacy, female-male superiority, all the way down to the blackest-skinned person who are considered to be devils inside these modern religions, and then later on, so we can go back at least 2,000 years to see this construction happening. The later version then is to prove it scientifically that not only is the black person the sinner that created the havoc, but the black person is actually genetically inferior in every way. And of course, it's never been proven. It never has, because it's a falsification. It's not true in any dimension. And the truth is that if we stay within the race paradigm, we can't free ourselves from the constraints of it. And we also, because it's not true, it's illogical. So there are many things that we can't account for using race as a paradigm. And so what Jope did was to give us culture as the paradigm. And he looked at it as a way in which we are influenced, as I said, institutionally in every part of our existence, from our relationships, institutions, including spiritual ones. So even when we speak about spirituality, the versions that we choose to develop are culturally oriented. And we can say categorically that across Africa there is much similarity in the different spiritual systems that exist. Maybe there are names changing, but there's always the love of ancestors, the love of children, the balance between women and men, love of family, sharing of wealth, seeing individualism as something that must be nurtured to better the collective ideals, but individualism in of itself as the way that a human must be. In the African way, we have to be sharing whatever we have, our knowledge, and so on and so forth. So we know that African people, all people at one time were black, and that African people created the first ideas which were plagiarized by the conquerors. And because all the conquerors were patriarchal, they never understood that that was the first injustice. And so they could never create ma'at. They could never practice the things that they said, because they were unjust right at the beginning when they plagiarized. So they didn't really ever understand Africa. They knew their teachings came from Africa. They knew more by being in Africa. They learned more, but they wanted everything that Africa had. And so it was easy to conquer Africa because Africa was not equipped with the aggression, the hatred, the isfet, the chaos, all that type of thing that Europeans, Arabs and Hindus and so on practice in their own traditions. They could never see the other way. They could only talk about it, sing about it, write about it, but they couldn't enact it. It is African people that are the teachers then and are the teachers now. So when I talk about the pedagogy, it's grounded in those ideas. So I wrote a book, as you've mentioned, called The Afrocentric School, a Blueprint, which is here. And it has curriculum developed from these ideas that these truths that I've just talked about, and I have an overview, and I develop it like the racialization of humanity to explain that, what that is, what we're dealing with, why we have curriculum in this way. Then I talk about reclaiming African knowledge, because that is the knowledge that this work is based on. We have the 7 liberal arts that came out of Africa, and the rhetoric, logic, mathematics, geometry, astronomy, and the arts. So the curriculum is divided into those areas. And it begins with, from birth, really, but it goes up to around 15 years old. It's a culture-based study because the findings from a study that was carried out in Ghana are used as the model to define what children know at different ages. So while it was a baseline study, it focused on child upbringing practices. And so the findings showed that, and it was many of the communities that took part in this project were non-literate, but understanding that philosophy and logic and mathematics and geometry and astronomy and the arts and rhetoric come out of Africa, whether you're literate or not, you actually perform these ways of being and existing. So the information that was gleaned, the results from that are the basis of this book. Now we use, I can't remember his name now, but there is a person, a psychologist, whose work is used the world over to say, Piaget, that's it. He had 5 children, I believe, and he based his research on 5 children from the same family. And what I'm basing this research on is at least 1,200 families, but we looked at 800, so we wouldn't get too much similarity. So about 800 families and their children. So, it's quite a massive study. So the findings are used from before birth, because the mothers had to talk about what did their children indicate to them before they were born. And there were all kinds of things like foods and things that they ate, because they had this inclination, their babies were sending them messages that they needed to eat certain things, which they didn't always like, but as it turned out, it seemed to be a healthier, healthier for the mothers in general. So I've taken the 7 liberal arts, from works of Asa Hilliard, Robin Walker, doctors, everybody is in this book, really, that has contributed, that we know of. I may have missed some people, but the big people whose knowledge I've used, Chancellor Williams, have all really contributed to this book in many, many ways. So I've broken them down to assessment, because each course of study must have a way of assessing, have these children learnt these things? I look at the environment. I try to create an environment based on what has already existed. It's nothing new that I'm actually saying or doing. I followed the logic of the Afrocentric schools, the African-centric schools. I was a member of CB for a while, Council of Independent Black Institute. I called it a blueprint, because the blueprint offers you information that you can build upon, so you can change it yourself. You can see what's there and you can build on it and add on it, if that is, if that's the way that you want to travel with your children. The thing is, it's just built on truth, the truth about Africa, the truth about African people. Similarities, I've said, across Africa-wide, and it's very difficult now because all the conquerors are in there with all their different languages, one of which I'm speaking, and undermining and marginalizing people's actual languages. Because the continent is broken into all these countries, all these different languages, and all these patriarchal conquests and values of beliefs being imposed upon our minds, it's quite difficult to say, well, what is an African? But we always have to go back to the source to know who the African was, and that is what we are trying to build on. And as you know, Sheikh Diop said, we can't know anything about Africa until we go back to the ancient times, until we go back to Kemet. So I've tried to use that as the standard. As an Africologist, that's what we do. We go before conquest. But what is important when using Diop's culture as a tool of analysis is that you can see that there are different cultures inside Africa that are anti-African, anti-black women, men and children, and they are in charge of African resources and so on. So that mindset is inside the institutions. They have tried to erode the institutions, African institutions that existed before the conquerors, and they have imposed their own institutions. We build them because the culture imposes that episteme on our minds. So it's not whether we're dark or light Africans, it's where our minds are inside Africa. Are we there to build, develop, help grow, share, get down these borders, stuff like that? Or are we there to use African knowledge to further our own wealth and thoughts? Are we there to, as satellites, to send all our stuff back to the countries that we came from? Where is our allegiance? We can be Arabic and look African. We could be the darkest skinned Arabic person who has been castrated, who believes that it's a great honor, when really it's a way of cutting off the seed of Africa. But in our heads, we can be trained to think in opposition to what is actually good for us. So even when we talk about Pan-Africanism, we have to be careful about who are you and what is your interest in Africa? How do you love Africa? How do you love African people? Is that the truth of the matter? So even if you come from a culture that has been negative towards Africa, it doesn't mean that you can't change. It doesn't mean that, and that's why it's important to say that race is a falsehood, because we make all kinds of determinations based on that, which means that no one can ever change. We'll always be the most ignorant people the darker we are. We'll always be more privileged the lighter we are. We'll always be considered to be perfect if we act and look a certain way and so on. This is race. It's rubbish. None of it is true. The truth of the matter is that the blackest skinned people on earth produce the knowledge that we use today in all kinds of different ways and don't acknowledge those that gave it to us, and everything is plagiarized. So we have a long journey as Africologists to unpick the complexity of these cultural beliefs and values that we're now acting out, so that, say, in the US, you know, we have ourselves behaving like our enemies, acting in these ways and treating ourselves as badly, if not worse in some cases, as some of the conquerors, because we have their minds inside our brains. We're believing all those movies and the music and the thing that's being put out. And I'm not saying don't go to a movie, I'm not like that. I've made 1,000 mistakes. People do what they do, but we can all be guided, we can all learn, we can all receive knowledge, we can all better ourselves. It's all about transformation for us, and that's what we're trying to do as Africologists, is transform ourselves, number one, because there's no point in trying to transform other people if you yourself have issues. You know, we have to look at ourselves and constantly correct ourselves, constantly work towards, you know, changes. But even then, we have to recognize that we have issues. We can't go around just telling people you need to do this, and we got issues that we're hiding away or we may not be aware of. And someone, I think it was Dr. Sasanti earlier, was talking about the ancestors, you know, and that we have nothing. But what can happen is that we can believe that these gifts that have been bestowed upon us are bestowed upon us because we're really great. And that is a problem, because that isn't true. And, you know, there are many people who go into these systems who think they're absolutely, you know, the people. So anyway, so I will kind of end up with that. But if there's anything, you know, I've tried to give models in the work for how to develop Afrocentric schools. So you can develop them in your living room, with the family and maybe 2 or 3 families. You can develop them that way. You can develop them in their outside under the shade of a tree, where you have a collection of children and you are helping them. And time-wise, you would fit that into whatever the children have to do in order for families to survive. All that has to come into play, you know, the hours and so on have to be right. You could take over an old building in a city and work that way. There are many ways in which you can build these schools, but they need to be places where children get the knowledge, and the environment, you know, is very simple. They need things growing. They need to learn libation. They need to learn their relationship to the ancestors. All these things, they're included in this book. And I've done my best to lay out something that can be used. And you know, that's it. I don't know where you would like me to. But that's you know, and I didn't write this book alone. Every one of my friends and people whom I have known from my birth and probably before until today has led me to this moment. So it wasn't an individualistic thing.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you for the powerful presentation. in your presentation, you covered a number of areas like the pedagogy, the method of teaching, and how Dope's perspective relates to Africology and the use of culture as a form of analysis, or to use culture to analyze. And also, what I also find interesting is your point about systematic and structural racism that exists in our society, which is linked to patriarchy, because most of the time patriarchy is presented as if it has to do with Africans. So your linking of the two, the way you linked the two, is powerful, and I would like perhaps to talk more about that structural racism, patriarchy, and how does it manifest itself in the academia. In knowledge production, because if you go back to African societies or community, you find that women grandmothers were at the center of knowledge production, where they will sit down with their kids, the family tree and the history. So women have been central in knowledge production. I would like to also touch to that, and perhaps the reclaiming of African knowledge. Reclaiming of African knowledge is before you can claim knowledge, first you must know where you come from and the contribution that your ancestors have made, which is what people like Antoine Lambert emphasize, the importance of history, or African history, which shaped the present and the future. And I think that it is important because most of the time there's a tendency of focusing on the present and pretend as if some of these are new ideas. They never existed before. So it is important to have that link, that the past is there, but it also informs the present. And so is the present, it's not the end. It's a punctuation of the journey that we're taking to the future. Lastly, you also touch on the issue of to develop an Afrocentric curriculum, which I think it is interesting. The point that I would like you to talk to or to share with us is, how can you develop a Afrocentric curriculum in a society where racism has been institutionalized and internalized, so to speak? You look at the universities in South Africa. Racism is still there. The Rhodes Must Fall of 2015 and others, they also alluded to that. So there's a form of racism or oppression that relates to the students and also the academics and also the female. So there's this structural and systematic racism and the way of hierarchy of oppression that exists there. So how can you produce or construct an Afrocentric curriculum in a space where some have accepted that this is how things are, or this is how things should be? And lastly, in a way, you took us back to the old debate in South Africa of even late 1900s and also late 1800s and also in the 20th century of who is an African. This is an old debate in South Africa, and I'm sure throughout the continent and also in the diaspora. Who's an African? What constitutes an African? And there's a debate about that. There are some of these people made it clear who is an African and what constitutes an African. Robert Mangaliso Sobuku's definition of an African is explicit. It's not based on color line, but it's based on African interests and African aspirations. Anyone who's willing to serve and sacrifice for the African people and identify himself with the oppressed Africans, that person is an African. And in this, I would like also to bring in the Mamdane's piece. When does a settler becomes a native? When does a settler, European settler, or someone of European origins, when does that person becomes a native? So those are some of the issues that I would like perhaps to reflect and also take into account our South African experience. As I said, that there's this internalized racism, and where there are even hierarchy of oppression that exists in our society. Those are some of the issues that I think they are coming strongly from your presentation, and also your book, but perhaps I would like you maybe to explain further on those issues. I will also invite questions if there are questions or comments from the audience. Are there any questions or point of clarity for Professor Dov?
I'll come in, because I think you raised very important questions. I would suggest that let Professor Dov first respond to them, then I'll come in.
Okay. Prof. Dov, you can come and respond to that. We will take a second round of questions.
Okay.
Over to you.
Well, let me begin with Job, because this is where I'm coming from, what I learned from him, but I also learned from my own life that what he said was true. So, he looks at two cultures that exist in the world based on male-female relations to produce culture and life, essentially. And one is a hierarchy and one is balanced. And they create the outcomes of institutional development, beliefs and values. So what I've tried to do is take from the types of people that come out of the aggressive hierarchical mode and see how the construct of race has fitted into that, because they already have the ways of thinking and behaving through hierarchy, and so those that they can collaborated to develop an idea based on the hierarchy of humanity. So the hierarchy is a catching thing. One gains prestige and health and wealth from the domination of the other. So to me, it's totally connected to the idea of dominating the whole world. Why stick with one person or one part of the male-female? They worked out how to collaborate and create a belief system in the inferiority of the people that they actually learned from. So they cannot be, from evidence from my own research, they cannot be separated. Patriarchy and race are intertwined. All patriarchal societies are racist, and all racist societies are patriarchal. I think you'll find that. So that's the grounds, that's the position, the framework in which to look at culture as an analytical tool. And because if you use the race paradigm, obviously you can't account for anomalies. Why do some people do this? Why have there been white people in South Africa who've died for black people's struggle? That is a true thing, but it's never discussed. Because those people are considered to be betrayers of the race paradigm, because they either died for the black, which is like one of the most heinous crimes that a white person can commit inside the doctrine of white supremacy. They are dealt with. We've had recently the Black Lives Matter, for instance, where one young white man killed 3 white people. There wasn't a sound, not a murmur of this, and he's on trial now, and they consider it to be, he was only 17, people made mistakes. The president at the time said that, but he's killed these white people who are actual human beings on a march saying that Black Lives Matter, but they see them as betrayers of their of their belief system. So it's interesting how that goes. Now, in Australia, for instance, where black people have been killed so that they're almost extinct in that country, what happened was part of the program to whiten people, to make them more civilized by adding the white blood to the black people. Really, you know, white men wanting to sleep with black women underneath all of this. They pretended that they were animals and brutes. I mean, they used to bury them and kick their heads, bury them in sand and kick their heads as football. That's how they saw these people. But what happened was that the children got lighter and whiter, but they lost their culture. They found their culture, and the people that they look up to and love are the black elders, their black ancestors, because they know who they are through them. So here we have the opposite of what is happening in the States. So somebody like Dr. Asante, who's written 96 books, has the department, got the first African-American PhD in the world, is always being threatened, always being undermined, always having bad things said against him, so that we all have questions about whether he's legitimate or not. That is how it goes, you know. So no, people don't come into Africology believing, you know, they think they'll know something about themselves, but it's like only a few people come in and they're a bit suspicious. It's actually the only discipline in the whole university that is not racist. All the other disciplines were built upon the blood of African people, where they were able to use the prophet to develop these disciplines. You know, and if they're not built upon the blood, then they believe in the race paradigm and the inferiority of the black person. That's why there are no black people in any of these disciplines. So people actually don't know what they're learning. So as other professors have said forever and before me here, learning about the Greeks is ridiculous. And, you know, but just about every university in Africa, let alone South Africa, is using the Greeks as the landmark for civilization. So, you know, it's happening everywhere. There's the Pan-European Academy, as Dr. Santi talks about, where if you start talking about these things, you're not going to get your degrees. But the point is that it's always going to be a struggle, whatever part of the system that one is trying to negotiate, navigate, live in, you know, always going to be a struggle. People are always going to die. They don't do it if you fear that, because that is the ultimate thing. And, you know, so I say, if we want change, we are the ones who actually have to change it. We can't leave it up to people who've spent eternity, not eternity, but they've spent thousands of years enslaving and killing African people. Why would they be the ones who'd want to change it when they get so much profit from taking the lands, putting black people in prison? You know, there's a whole industry around buildings and lands and profits, and you make the prisoners work for nothing, so then you've got enslaved people again inside your prisons pretending they did something when most of them didn't. You know, it's a business. Black people are a business. You know, even black people would like to get lighter and do all the creams and stuff like that. You know, my area that I'm very interested in is women, because I know that women and men have been considered, you know, in ancient Africa to be equal. And in making that reconnection to our cultural memory and knowledge, when we find that out, it means that women have a different take on themselves. African women, they don't think of themselves so much as feminists hating black men. They're more understanding that we've come through a process, a cultural process of domination, and we act in ways that the conquerors want us to act, you know, and men do that too, as Dr. Baba Buntu was trying to say, you know, and show the difficulties and complexities of coming from essentially African matriarchal origins and living in patriarchal societies where men are supposed to be this and women are supposed to be that. But you've got people like Ifeoma Dume and Ayoronke, I think her name is, and they've looked at, and there have been other women, but they're the most well-known, who are very clear that gender is not about sex, it's about power. And but in the European countries, and it's happening in the African countries, obviously, because African people in Africa are conquered by Europeans and Arabs. So if you're not cutting the woman's clitoris and the man's penis, you then are, seeing women as as lower in this type of hierarchy and only employing men, or however these structures happen, so that the institutions reflect whichever conquering country. Nearly all the ministers are men, nearly all the church speakers are men, all this type of thing, so it's powerful for women to realize, hey, I'm part of a legacy of incredible women who have done many things, and I am a descendant of these people. And and it's possible that people can become more conscious of these things. And so to be an African is to be connected to who African people were before conquest. That's where the Ma'atic guides are, what it is to be a human. You didn't go to the place where your heart was measured against the feather of truth because it's what did you produce to better yourself in the world? These are the questions that are asked at the end of this particular physical life. And you have to prove, in what you say, in your verbal thing, because that speaks from the heart, what it is that so it doesn't matter whether you're tall or short, big or small, black or white. It is when you are there, that is what's counting. That's an African thing. There was no requirement that you had to be an African. The requirement was, what have you done? What have you produced? And the ancients used to say, I haven't done this, 42 admonitions of Ma'at. I haven't done this, I haven't done this. And there are people who believe, I can't remember where I've read this person's work, that you live your life to become an ancestor. So you try not to do these things, but the point is that the only way you can have Ma'at is if if you are just human and you make you do these wrong things. We're all prone to thinking we're great, to stealing, to lying. We're just human beings. We're prone to that. Ma'at is to give direction and guidance, knowing that these are human failings, not just creating some phantasmagorical thing, romanticized thing. No, it's based on reality. You can't know what to do if you don't know what came before. And that's just how, we're constantly growing and developing. And I hope that covers quite a few numbers of things that you asked me.
Yes, it does. I will hand over to Professor Sandy. Wanted to come in.
Hi, Dr. Santi. Lovely to see you. You're wonderful at our conference. Thank you so much. That was it.
Always lovely to see you too, Sister Down. Is it okay? Yeah? I muted myself. Is that okay?
Just give me a second there. I think it's that one. Can I have that? Can I have that? The receiver
What must I do? Must I unmute myself or mute myself?
Now you can unmute yourself.
Okay.
Muted.
Yes, I'm muted.
Yes, I'm
now.
muted now.
Unmuted
Unmuted now. Okay.
Mute?
Mute?
So speak through this. Okay. Thank you very much. Sister Dai, as always, you've given a very beautiful presentation. I meant to thank you again for that presentation, and thank you for making all the sacrifices of being with us.
Am I muted?
Here at this moment. So highly inspirational. There was a point that Dr. Dondolo raised.
I can't hear anything.
She can?
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
I don't know how to do this.
And I've unmuted myself now, right?
Can you
hear
me?
You can hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes, she can.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
I
was saying thank you very much
for being with us. I truly appreciated you and enjoyed your presentation. I'm looking forward to reading that book. Dr. Dondolo raised the particular question that he wanted you to respond to. I'd rather not engage with it now because I'm being sensitive to the fact that the time difference. I remember how exhausted I was when we had the International Africology Conference. So I'm not going to subject you to that. It's enough that I've just appreciated everything that you said and to establish this connection. So if you're here with us tomorrow, then I'll take further the points that have been raised by Dr. Dondolo. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that. Are there any questions or point of clarity,
I should leave,
comments from the participants, from the audience?
I can't hear you.
So should we? Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
I was just checking if there are any questions, point of clarity from others or comments based on the presentation, rather on the presentation that you made. It seems like there's nothing. Or people are exhausted. I know. It's almost approaching evening. So I know the energy levels are down. So I will then
the clarity too. To be able to articulate these positions clearly and convincingly. So it's easily pulled down, and it just becomes the solution, because for somebody to say, I'm going to be Afrocentric, he has already become very disillusioned with what he has. And this, what he's holding on to was just thrown off his face, because he himself is not well prepared. He doesn't understand the concept. He cannot, when they say, oh, it's Africanity, what is Africanity and Africanness? And how is it different from Afrocentricity? He cannot explain. So that is the essence of what we are trying to do tomorrow. How to heal the pain of Africological or Afrocentric consciousness. So that students, researchers can be able to see, even when they are using this as a methodology, as an epistemology, they can find one. They have their own grounding. Two, they have community of scholars they can refer to. So that is your experience of the 35 years, because I was there too. And I said, how do we build and connect to centers like that? Because if Africology and Afrocentricity is important, there is nowhere more important for it than in Africa. You imagine it should be easy in Africa than in Europe. It's not. On this old continent, probably maybe in Egypt, there's no university that teaches hieroglyphics. On this old continent. There is none.
There is none.
And on this concept, part of what we are doing is that we can look at colored curriculum. I can speak of the whole, say, I don't know Nigerian, but I'm comfortable to use them as an example. You cannot find a course of study that they say go and read Afrocentric blueprint, or please consult Molefe Ashanti Afrocentricity. There is no course of study either in philosophy, history, discipline I know, or heritage studies that does this. It is a no-no. It is not on standard school curriculum, university curriculum. So how do we change this, and how do we empower students that take this line? That is why the central question, which we will, as we go in tomorrow into the workshop, is to try to ask this question: who can be an Africologist? What does it take to become an Africologist? You know, what trainings are important? What canons are there for us to study? What is the best pedagogical method? And it's a lot of process, because it's not a one-day process. Do we start with teaching people at undergraduate level? Is it an intervention at postgraduate level? Or is it across field? What are the prerequisites for the courses? You know, and so these are critical questions we want to start unpacking. And we hope that will be a good outcome for this session, because and it's just unfortunate, but you will enlighten us more, because as we go on, as we find out tomorrow, that blueprint, Afrotech school blueprint, might be what we need now to just be able to construct a sort of working group, reading group around that as we move on. So on that note, I really want to thank the participants who have given their time, and I want to thank our panelists again, Baba Buntu, Professor Santi, Professor Sonyaosha, Amadi Dove. Thank you very much. Oh, to all our participants, thank you very much. Please, if you are interested in joining us for the workshop tomorrow, you can just indicate by a response to the email we sent you, because this is a specialized one. We want to keep it, we invite everybody, but it's a more focused technical debate. So if you convince you have things to contribute, we will I suggest you just send in an email to the original email we sent you, and we'll send you the link for tomorrow. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Bye.
I think they were having an echo because hybrid is on.
That is the end of it. Thank you, man. I think I know now I have to trouble you for you're in IT.
Do we log off now?
You're going to help me tomorrow.
No, I'm not in IT. Advancement.
Advancement is the same thing. But you're in that building.
Yes.
If you come here now, it's not outside. Is it not after the library?
It's on the other street, next to the court.
Next.
Okay.
And we focus more on practicalizing what we were discussing today. How can we have a summer school, or Africology summer school? Then we talk more about the curriculum.
And the last is there. You can bring more seats. You can sit.
Look at now.
Yeah, sit. Sorry, let us sit. We can stand there.
We honor our women.
Oh, okay.
So it's not about the president, it's about honoring our women first.
Okay.
We must be practical about this.
Okay, man, and I have a chance to insert in the picture because we can cut it again. Only.
He's asking someone to help with that.
I would, because I would do because I'm not a speaker. But then we'll find somebody because I think you get what I got. The important thing tomorrow, and I want you to finish here tomorrow because you have more experience and more facilitating results. We don't want
it's a discussion. We are adding points to
because we must have this is what we must be able to do. At the end of the day, as we are you, we are a working group. What we not going to do is the working